White, Tribal Secretary.
Here.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Chairman.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have the floor.
Thank you. Getting started, I guess, take a look at, June 1st, June 13th, 14th, June 20, June 27, June 28 council minutes. Floor is open for questions and comments. Taking a motion to approve June 1st, traffic council minutes. Second from Cooley. Question from
Kenneth Johnson. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you. Tribal Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion number 26 to purchase athletic equipment. They're gonna have to review these some rates. Okay, because it was over the 30 days, so they'll be doing that back. That's one you guys know, June 13th or 14th, 13th, motion number 26.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Like he said, it's no big deal, all we gotta do is resubmit it again. The money's there, so it's just, okay.
How you doing?
Thank you. So, we had, motion number 68 was to authorize employment services to purchase the lawnmowers, trimmers, and the lawnmower and stuff for youth. And then, I think it was, Mr. Secretary, you're gonna check out the inventory from, there that purchased lawnmowers and stuff last summer?
Yep, so, it's actually under the vice chairwoman, so I had a conversation with her, they're doing an inventory on something else right now, and then when they're done with that, they're gonna start on the inventory for that equipment,
Okay,
so.
thank you.
I get a motion from Buffalo Lake to approve June 14th as a council minutes.
Second.
Second from Henry Swin.
Question?
Question from Ron Hall.
Kenneth Johnson,
Yeah.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Moving on, June 20th.
So moved, Chairman.
Motion from Henry Swin. Second from Buffalo Lake.
Question.
Question from Ron Hall.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson,
Yeah.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
Motion for June 27th.
Motion from Henry Swin to
Brandon Gypsy Wanna,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
One resolution? Oh, that was approved, yeah. Oh, I just threw it up there.
Motion from Buffalo Lake to approve June 28th traffic council minutes.
Second.
Second from Henry Swin. Question from all.
Kenneth Johnson,
There.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, moving on, take a look at executive resolution 23-07. Floor is open for questions or comments.
Second.
Take a motion from Vice Chairwoman, second from Tribal Secretary.
Question.
Question from Henry Swin to approve the executive resolution 23-07.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Brandon Gypsy Wanna,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson,
Yeah.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, moving on, I think because of, potential water, shortages or outage and internet issues, I think we'll, just go ahead and do, action items. So I have one action item under my report, my handout, my packet to each of you. My monthly report, so you get a chance to look at that, but I have. So I have some quotes here. We went through the procurement process for computers for our cannabis licensing office. I have 4 quotes, and it was consensus of the commission to go with the connecting point quote. The amount is $4,459. Any questions or comments?
Similar to Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We got a motion from Henry Swin.
Okay.
Second from Cooley. Question from Buffalo Lake.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson, Brandon Gypsy Wanna,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Oh, we're not doing it.
Okay. Okay, I'll just read the report. In June, I attended the National Congress of American Indians in Prior Lake. I'm not quite sure the last time SWO was active, but for some of the comments from NCI departments. There's a lot of resources out there, so we just have to take advantage of the time and really work towards bringing those resources home. On June 13th and 14th, I attended the Strengthening Government to Government Conference in Bismarck. This was set up by the North Dakota Indian Affairs Commission. This event was started last year with great success and continued this year. I was able to have some good conversation with North Dakota Governor and presidential candidate Doug Burgum and Lieutenant Governor Tammy Miller. Some of the topics of discussion at the conference were MOAs, which other North Dakota tribes have executed or working to implement. Healthcare, another important topic, education, tourism, and economic development. Each tribal leader was given 45 minutes to speak about opportunities they are pursuing. It was really informative for potential partners and state departments of North Dakota and to see where some of the available resources are at the state level to be able to help tribes. So that was a really good conversation, really good conference, and I hope that we continue on today's tribal leaders' time with North Dakota leadership to be able to build that relationship and really work towards finding resources again to at the state level to help with some of the needs at the various tribes. Lastly, we had our first general council on June 29th and 30th, in which the SWO for-profit entities reported their financial positions and encourage membership to give a copy of that very informative report that shows the various allocations within our tribal government. So with that, that can conclude my June. I know it was a very busy June. There's a lot going on, a lot of planning for general council meetings, so went over well. Planning the power went over well, so with that, that concludes my report for the month of June. Any questions or comments? Aida?
Just in regards to the work with, our, reservation boundaries, did you guys see the article? When, legislators were here, there was an article on, our tribal leaders urging them to support our Lake Tribal Reservation boundaries. Did you see that?
I did. Kettle
Yeah.
There was Kettle and I think there was a searchlight
Yeah.
also, so.
So I just wanted to see if anybody else saw that, share it, and I did share it on my Facebook page, if you guys want to check out. It's a very good article. So with that, I'm going to
Thank you. Thank you. A motion from Mike, a second from Amy Swin. Question from Buffalo.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Ava Diaz-Amos,
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson, Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Okay, move on to Vice Chairwoman.
So, a few items that my office has been working on is meeting more one-on-one with our program managers. One of the meetings that seems to be very important is with our IT department. I'm pretty excited on the items that we're working on. So, what we have noticed is there's quite a few non-tribal members and different banks and different departments that are not, non-tribal, that are viewing our information and watching our YouTube. So one of the things that we wanted to do was start doing a login tribal website. So you will need to have an enrollment number and able to log in to our tribal website to watch these items. And one of the things that we were thinking about more was an online government library as well. So it will be a part of our new website. So we're trying to update our website. We're waiting for some of the companies, just ensuring that everything's compatible, and then also more portals to direct programs online. So it gives tribal members more access to programs as well. So that's one of the things that we're pretty excited about. Another item is I've completed the draft for the districts for our accounting manual. I didn't attach it, but I will get that to you all by the end of the week, so you may share with your district executive. So of course, they don't have to go off of it, but it's something to help them moving forward if they want to apply for grants, help them complete audits. So it'll be something that would be pretty helpful, I hope at least. Like the chairman said, we did have a successful completion of general counsel. It went pretty smooth, so I'm thankful for that. One of the items that the tribal secretary had brought up last month was the project for the group home. So I had completed the operating group home budget, and I am researching funding sources now. At the back of it, you'll see what the operating budget would be about. I believe it would be roughly about, I had it right here, about an $821,000 operating budget on a yearly basis. So we are working together, and also other tribal programs, behavioral health, child protection, realty. So those are some of the items that regarding that project. We're pretty excited. Another item that we've been working on is the restructure of the cafe. Hopefully a healthy menu, a full coffee shop, a new billing system, and eco-friendly supplies. So I'm pretty excited for that project. We did do the RFPs for the district's agreed upon procedures. There was no response from CPA firms, so I will be reaching out to local and smaller CPA firms around the area, and so hopefully we'll have to do a sole source most likely, but just enable to assist our districts in that area. And then I'm still working on the policies for small business grants for Section 7. It's not completed yet. I'm halfway through, so yeah. Regarding the ARPA projects, as you can see, we had no bids for the shelter renovations. So we're currently sole sourcing contractors and looking at local ones, hopefully, to see if we can get that process started. I know the shelter has been waiting for about almost 2 years, so we're trying to fast pace this one. There was also no bids for home renovations. What it seems like there was a lot of contractors who had an issue with the bonding part. So, and like I said, there was no bids. So we're going to remove the bonding from the requirements and re-advertise, and hopefully that helps bring in contractors. We are reconciling all ARPA payments to ensure payments are from corrected budgets. I know I had said that I was going to give you a report on what each district has left, but after reviewing some of the trial balances for these budgets, it looks like your items may have not came out of the budget, only the individuals directly. So we want to ensure that those items are correct and they came out of the wrong budget, but there might be a chance that the other budgets might have to eat that cost if it's too late to move those expenses. Because of course we don't want your guys' budget to go over, and you guys were already promised a certain amount, so we'll have to reconcile those budgets. We are completing all invoices and filing for ARPA. We're still receiving invoices from different construction companies, so we're trying to ensure that all these invoices and payments are correct. And then I am also working with managers regarding our new ARPA projects and positions. So I have some requested items. I believe the chairman did already approve one of them. I Just wanted to ensure that it was being taken care of. But then I also had to add in one, and I think I have to add in another one. So the first one I would like to request is a motion for approval for payment to Soft Choice licenses for year 2 billing schedule in the amount of $270,228 with the indirect budgets.
Okay, any questions or comments, tribal council? If not, floor is open for a motion to approve.
It should be your second page, sorry. Oh, this should be in order, so. It's for the soft voice for our indirect, it's for IT, so we have different, we have to use soft choice for our software, so this is year 2 we're in. It's for the maintenance and subscriptions.
Okay, motion from Enemy Swim.
This one is yours, right?
Second from Tribal Secretary. Yeah. Question from Long Hollow.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson. Brandon Gypsy Warner.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yeah, that's the only one. Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Chairman.
Sorry. The first page, I have the connecting point, that was the chairman, so I just wanted to ensure that was in there. So the next one that I would like to request is that next page, number 2, approval for a new laptop inventory, quote from Clutch for $19,939 with ARPA funding. So we have a laptop inventory for new programs or emergency laptops.
Okay, any questions or comments, tribal council? If not, floor is open for a motion to approve.
Yes.
You said with the ARPA funds?
Yes.
Is that already part of the current budget?
Yes.
Okay. So moved.
Motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Bakuli. Question from Long Hollow.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson. Brandon Gypsy Warner.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
The third one is approval for licensing office, printers, supplies, and systems for the ID Identity Sys. I don't know how to say that correctly, for $20,856 with the licensing office budget. So this would be the printer for the IDs and the supplies.
Motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Bakuli. Question from Long Hollow.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson. Brandon Gypsy Warner.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
I would like to request a motion for approval for quote for purchase, to purchase heating and cooling unit from Fuel Inc. for $5,369.65 with the property management budget.
Any questions or comments, tribal council? Floor is open for a motion to approve. Motion from Bakuli. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Long Hollow.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson. Brandon Gypsy Warner.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Oh, no, I didn't get. Secretary.
Oh, yes.
Motion passed.
So that's for me. I would like to request Approval to purchase 2 vehicles for IT, not to exceed $100,000 with ARPA funds. Since they are now in that new building, they have been using their own vehicles. Yes,
Enemy swim?
Are they receiving mileage?
I don't think they've been putting in for it. So this is why we wanted 2 vehicles for that department.
Any other questions, Tribal Council? Floor is open for a motion to approve.
Okay. If there's not going to be no motion, then I would like to go to the next one. Approval to reimburse elderly card gaming budget with BIA ATG funds for both fiscal year 22 and 23 in the amount of $4,431 and $4,431,258.
Okay, motion from Buffalo Lake,
Second.
second from Tribal Secretary, question from Long Hollow.
Kenneth Johnson. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
I would like to request a motion to approve the Long Hollow ARPA plan pending tribal executive approval.
Okay, got a motion from Long Hollow, second from Buffalo Lake,
Question.
question from IEPA.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos. Kenneth Johnson. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Janelle, I'll vote yes if I get my birthday money.
Just kidding. Yes.
Next one, I would like to request a motion to approve Buffalo Lake's ARPA plan pending tribal executives approval as well.
Okay,
Second.
motion from Buffalo Lake, second from Tribal Secretary. Question from Enemy Swim.
Kenneth Johnson. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
I have attached a few items for you as well. The checkbook register, it will be completed this afternoon due to employees coming at 12. Also, there was comments made that our budgets were not in order last month, so I have attached a breakdown showing the increased budget for fiscal 23. So you can see since October, we have increased different items for with gaming, indirect, and tax, showing the full breakdown of what was increased. Treaty Day Powwow, Dakota Language, Property Supply, Recording Secretary, Payroll, Legal, Shelter, DCA, Premium Pay, Enrollment, Yukini Ride, Elderly Trip, LTC Water Payment, Food due to COVID, Fuel Inc., Political Contribution, Sioux Voices, OAP Grant, and TZ Trip. So that is the full breakdown of what we've increased since fiscal 23. I also attached like I said, the operating budget for the group home. And then, as Tribal Secretary did say last month, we were able to visit Centennial Homes. So this is the floor plan for the home that we would like to request. Of course, this will be coming, if you guys want to view and take to your districts. So this is what's going to be requested for next month. The plan is to purchase 2 of these homes and have them mirror side, and then have offices built exactly like correct correctly, right in the middle, so then there's homes, feels like homes, and the office is right there. The more services we're able to provide, the more we're able to charge for each child. So that would hopefully be, we'll just need the startup funds for half the year to just start the program itself, but then it will become an income program to self-sustain. So those are what's going to be brought up next month. Attached is the backup that was sent to BIA regarding the funds that was approved and the resolution that you all had approved it. And then the last budget is the BIA ARPA budget, the additional funds. So this was the items that was discussed with you before. Some of these items include, like I said, the purchase or the construction of the group home, construction of the wellness center, or construction of the justice offices. This can be modded. I know this was the discussion. And then also, since Sarah's here, we had discussed also of assisting you with expanding the clinic. So we had put items in here, but hopefully you guys still continue with this budget, so. And then also the breakdown of the elderly cards from fiscal 2023 back to 2024, how much we budget, how much we spend on a yearly basis, and then, of course, how much we are usually over on the budget. So we spent about 25 million on elderly cards, and we spent about 26 million. So this is just the breakdown that you guys had requested before. So that's all I have for my report, if you don't have any questions. Since 2014. We spent $26 million on elderly cards from 2014 to 2023. So the elderly cards is on your part, so. So that's all I have. Oh, sorry.
I have two things. Number one, I just want to commend you and your office on planning for general counsel and taking that responsibility upon your office. I know that's not always easy to put that together and plan that, so I just want to say good job on that. Second, this group home thing here, I get a lot of questions from various people in the community. And this was prior to the ICWA ruling coming out. The questions I were receiving were, what are we doing about ICWA? So I'm pretty happy that we're able to do this, that we have the resources, and we're putting those forth in a way that really, at the end of the day, is going to strengthen our community and keep children here and address this ICWA need that's in the Great Plains region. I know other tribes aren't as fortunate because they don't have the resources to be able to do something like this. So for us to be able to respond in this kind of way is really awesome. And Tribal Secretary just mentioned that there's another modular home that sits by the college over there that can be added to this potential site here to house the younger infant kids. So I just want to commend all of you for approving this and working towards this. I mean, this is huge. This is a huge response to ICWA. As you know, that was upheld by the Supreme Court. So this is just another situation where we're responding with our resources in a positive way to keep kids here, to keep kids safe, and not leaving our community like sometimes happens, but I know it happens more at other tribes because they don't have a CPS. So even that in of itself is a huge accomplishment. So I think, the CIST and WAPTN are really doing their part in providing a safe place for these kids. So thank you all for that.
Unless you guys want to make that motion and purchase the homes now, and they'll be set up by November.
Yeah, I mean, we already have it set aside, right? So, yeah, I'll make that motion to purchase what is need for the group home.
Okay, got a motion from Haipa, second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Bikuli.
What was that for? What was the motion?
It would be for the homes from Centennial Homes. It's $480,000 for both homes. And it will be coming out the BIA ATG. Thank you guys very much.
Motion to approve, Vice Chairwoman's report.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson, Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Okay, floor is open for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman's report. Got a motion from Tribal Secretary
Second.
and a question from Enemy Swim.
I thought per our last roundtable, we had to discuss about if we were doing month to month on the billing to make sure we had enough for July for the elderly cards. Oh, is that under your report? Okay, right. Just checking.
Okay, got a motion from Tribal Secretary, second from Haipa. Question from Enemy Swim.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson, Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Do you guys want to take a quick break or just keep moving? Just keep moving. We'll go to Tribal Secretary's report. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So during the month of June 2023, the Office of the Tribal Secretary had 80 visitors sign in for multiple reasons. We also had numerous visitors with questions that did not sign in. I attended various meetings, roundtables, and presentations throughout the month. I participated in 7 scheduled meetings with managers and visitors, conducted 1 evaluation on a program manager, and had several meetings with tribal executives, council members, and SWO tribal members. I attended interviews for executive director position and attended 1 bid opening. We are still in the process of reestablishing the tribe's NPI number. I will keep you council posted as progress is made on this matter. Sarah's in the audience here, so we've actually brought this up. So we are actually doing another application process for it. So I'll keep you guys updated as soon as we're done submitting it, and then whatever response we get back from that. As the Vice Chairwoman Fancher mentioned, her and we met with Centennial Homes in Aberdeen. The purpose of the visit was to discuss construction dimensions and costs for possible group home for the tribe. They provided us with preliminary plans and costs. We also discussed a storage facility building for the tribe's cannabis project too. I handed that out to tribal council. So with the elder cards, I know we did discuss about, just approving the July one, but I think with the ATG funding that you guys just approved in the Vice Chairwoman's report, I'm happy to say that we could approve all the 3 months now, and so we're not, and we can finish the year out, yes, and we won't be in the red. So with that, I just want to touch a little bit on the group home too. It's been really excellent working with the Vice Chairwoman and then, other program managers, such as the CPS and the Youth Lodge. We've been making some fast progress, researching what it's going to take to get this group home done and operational, possibly this year. And the reason why it's been a project that I take to the heart is because I was a product of ARC, and before it converted into Little Voices. And it's done wonders for me when I was in her. I was in her for 9 months. And it's something that really, I think, will help our younger generation too with, helping them, cope with situations that they have no control over. And so we've been trying to meet bi-weekly, getting everything done and making sure we're making progress moving forward, because it is a need in our community right now. And it's a positive need because, like I said, it's people perceive these centers as somewhere because you're a bad kid. It's not. They're not. I can tell you that. They're not. They're there to help you succeed in your life moving forward at whatever age you are. Because I was in her at a young age. I was in her at 13, and then I went back in her at 16, 15. And so it's not. It's to give you tools necessary for you to continue your life in a positive way, in a healthy way. And so that's why it's been so, I've been so passionate about this, because it does hit home for me. I've been fortunate to have foster parents too along the way that have taken me in and have shown me and guided me through my journey. And so I just want to thank council for approving that, because I think now we can get it done this year before the snow flies, and at least get those buildings stabilized, and then for the spring really move on getting that operational and moving forward with that, and getting our kids taken care of and getting them the best care they need. So I just want to thank you guys, and I just wanted to touch on that a little bit, because it is a big passion of mine, and I want to see it succeed from start to finish. Thank you. And that's all I got for my report. I'll open it up for any questions you have.
Okay, no other questions or comments. Floor is open for a motion to approve Tribal Secretary's report. Dallas.
So I know that we were talking about doing RFP for the treatment facility. Was that coming out today?
Yes, I think what we were kind of waiting on, it was funding. Dakota Bank. I think we wanted a visit. Can we put it on hold?
Yeah.
Just for a few?
I just want to make sure it's still on the.
Yep, it is. So.
I believe Thursday, Friday, she had open day for the executives to go visit with Dakota Bank at least, so.
One thing I also wanted to mention, as you know, unfortunately, the jail project has been delayed. And again, that's because of market, things going on in the market. There's, as you can imagine, there's still a lot of funding out there. A lot of construction companies are really stretched thin. So that was kind of the issue with the jail getting started, was there were no bids for some of the subcontractor work. And I think going forward, that's still going to be probably a concern as we continue to come out of COVID yet. Those supply chain issues are still going to be a problem. I think the BIA understands that. Cost, again, is probably going to be an issue as well. So when we met with them in DC a few months ago, they were aware of the market situation. And so I think it's just something we have to be patient with. It's really beyond and out of our hands, so it's just what's going on in the market right now, I guess, coupled with, infrastructure things and, everything else going on. There's just a huge shortage of contractors out there willing to and able to do the work that we need them to do. So something I just wanted to mention, and hopefully, we're all working towards finding solutions, but like I said, it's just something that's market driven. Haipa?
This is, it's BIA, is it BIA taking the lead on that? It's under BIA things, right? Yeah? Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure I clarified that, so that way, we're aware that we can't do anything to do it, fix it, make it go faster.
They did extend that RFP to, I believe it was today. It ends, so hopefully, they extended that search, and hopefully we can get some people to bid on that and get that project moving. No other questions? I guess floor is open to approve tribal secretary report.
So, can we get a motion to approve all the 3 months instead of just a July one? What is it?
725 or 783?
Well, can we,
Can we just prove all 3 months and then just put it in there? Okay,
I was gonna say, can you just transfer the funds to the budget and that will take care of it?
yeah.
What do you mean transfer?
Like, we just accept the transfer?
The JV expenses, but you still need to approve the budget itself.
Yeah, the budget increase.
Yes, budget increase by,
That's what I was
okay, for the next 3 months. That's, yeah, about 700, either 25 or 83. I don't have the number with me.
So moved.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim.
What's that motion for?
Basically,
To approve,
To cover all 3 months, 2.5 months of the elder cards. Basically for the rest of the year.
okay, motion from Enemy Swim, second from Big Coulee. Question from Long Hollow.
Kenneth Johnson. Brandon Gypsy Wanna.
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you.
So for clarification, back in September, there was a budget and a resolution sent, but due to some information, we had to redo the resolution and the motion, so that's what I have attached in my report was the BIA letter that I signed, and then the resolution that tribal chairman and tribal secretary signed, which was approved by you all. So with that, we had approved that the elderly cards will be reimbursed by $4,431,258. So that amount will be covering the increase. So we're not going to get the full, well, I should say the full reimbursement for sure for fiscal '23, and then half of fiscal '22, because technically the 2 years came up to, what did I say, about 6 million? So 4 million will cover half of 21, and then fiscal 20, half of 22 and full fiscal 23. Sorry. So that's for clarification.
Okay, moving on, we still need a motion to approve Tribal Secretary's report. Motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Big Coulee.
A. Lydia Amos. Kenneth Johnson. Brandon Gypsy Wanna.
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Brandon Adams. Oh, sorry. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. Moving on, we have Office of Child Support Enforcement. Good morning. Welcome. Good morning. Floor is yours.
Okay, so I finally got the quotes for the server. It's $5,525.16. We received three quotes, but Dell's was by far the best. Aaron was able to negotiate them down to a lower cost because initially all three quotes were for a little over $11,000 each. This has already been approved by the feds. They've reviewed the quotes and agreed with Dell's quotes. I do have the money in the budget. I'll have to do a budget revision to move the money from supplies into equipment, since servers are considered equipment. But I can get that done fairly fast if I can get a motion to approve the purchase of this server from Dell.
So moved. Second.
Okay, got a motion from Buffalo Lake, second from Tribal Secretary. Question from Enemy Swim.
What's the amount, 5,400?
$5,525.
Oh, yep. 16. Kenneth Johnson? Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. Is that all you had? Okay, thank you. Motion to approve. Floor is open for motion to approve Tribal Office of Child Support Enforcement Monthly Report. Motion from Big Coulee. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Tribal Secretary.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson? Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. Moving on, Health Administration. Good morning and welcome. Floor is yours.
Tribal Council, I have 2 items to present this morning. The first is an annual amendment to our children's orthodontics program. As part of our 638 contract since 2010, we have operated a purchased referred care program to pay for children's orthodontics. We have a subcontract with Delta Dental of South Dakota to be our fiscal intermediary. So the recurring amount in the master contract for children's orthodontics is $177,102. So this amendment number 14 will add to the contract so that we can refer 25 children over the next year for treatment. The Amendment 14 was sent to the legal office for review on June the 10th. The attorney reviewed it and suggested the language that is in yellow. So it's to approve pending final legal review, amendment number 14 to the contract for services between Delta Dental of South Dakota and Sistenwapanoyate for the orthodontics program. And that will keep the contract active through 2027 to treat the 25 kids that will be included in this $177,107 increase. And the motion would also authorize the chairman to execute the amendment by signing it. I've included some statistics or a little bit of background information so when we refer a child for orthodontics treatment, we're committing for their treatment for a period from 3 to 5 years. So there always looks like there's a lot of money in that account. Right now, we have $1 million obligated to treat the kids that we currently have in treatment. Since the program started, we have had 410 kids complete. We have 167 children that are currently in some phase of treatment. And if amendment number 14 is approved, we'll have 283,000 for new cases.
Hypa.
Thank you. Is, do we still have a pediatric dentist at IHS?
Yes, Dr. John Zimmer,
Oh, okay. Oh, yay, he's still there.
he is.
Okay, great. I'll make a motion to approve this amendment.
Okay, motion from Hypa, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Brandon Gypsy
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, the other item is a request, and so it's a paper clip to the back. We've had a long-standing partnership with the Great Plains Tribal Leaders Health Board on a number of projects, and one that we're very proud of is, in recent years, is partnering with them for child passenger safety activities. They are requesting, there's a conference that is coming up with the Children's Minnesota at the Western Pediatric Trauma Conference. They are wanting to include our name in their poster presentation for that conference. And the language that is proposed, I highlighted everything in yellow. So we would be cited for having the Safe Native American Passengers or SNAP course that were offered to members of our tribe. And then on the flip side of this is some other information. So in September of 2021, they did offer on-site and virtual training on SNAP that was attended by a lot, and then in June of 2022, they came on site and had the training at Head Start. As a result of it, we had 6 technicians certified, 1 new instructor certified, 18 families served, and 17 seats distributed. So in order to use our name, they're requesting permission.
Hypa.
That's really very exciting. And I'm glad to see that we have an instructor that came through this, from a tribal member as an instructor now? Or,
I think it was Christy Hacker.
oh, okay, okay.
So she got certified as a trainer while she was here.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, yeah, so obviously, this was some of the stuff that I had been working on when I was in community health education, but I would be fine with using the Sistan-Waptanoyotay's name. That's all.
Okay, motion from Enemy Swim.
Second.
Second from Hypa. Question from Long Hollow.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson. Brandon Gypsy
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. Is that all you had?
I'd like to make a comment on the group home and the discussion on the group home, if I might. So some of you are younger. I think some of you will remember. Some might not. So the ladies, the Health Council ladies, had a grant from the John Hay Whitney Foundation that was associated with the Association of American Indian Affairs. When I started in July, I started right after 4th of July in 1974. And at that point, they were doing a survey for the John Hay Whitney Foundation. The Association of American Indian Affairs, specifically Bill Byler and Bert Hirsch, were involved in the authorship of the Indian Child Welfare Act. So the fact that it's was recently upheld by the Supreme Court, is something that Sistan-Wapenen has been very proactive in the child welfare field. since even before then, you know, when the Health Council went to the Centers for Disease Control and got the first ever grant that started 3 programs that are still operating. They're very separate these days, but it was the Alcohol Control Center that was located at New Hope Manor up in Long Hollow, the old Long Hollow Day School. A child care center that was run by Sal and Tammy Good Teacher, and they were there like 24/7 with kids. And then the extension program. So they got the funds as an extension program, but they had children and they started the alcohol program. And then in 1977, I think Siston-Wapanen might have been the first ever tribe to contract Title 20 monies for the child welfare program. So all of that's coming up on 50 years now. So I just thought I would comment on that, and I'm glad to see that spirit is still alive here with wanting to put the kids first. Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions or comments from Tribal Council. Floor is open for motion to approve Health Administration's monthly report.
Second.
Motion from Enemy Swim, second from Haipa. Question from Long Hollow.
A. Lydia Amos. Kenneth Johnson. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. Just one comment, Sarah. I received an email from Senator Rounds' office. They're looking at potentially putting forth some legislation in regards to purchase referred care. As of right now, it's dependent, or eligibility is dependent on the region. I guess what they're proposing is to do it statewide. So I don't think we've scheduled that meeting yet, but for sure we want to give you a heads up and make sure that you're part of that conversation.
The Indian Healthcare Improvement Act amendments of 2010 made the states of North and South Dakota purchase referred care delivery areas. They called it CHS in those days, but Congress has never appropriated funds for it. So that's good. Good they're moving on it.
Yep. Okay, with that, up next we have Fish and Wildlife. Yeah, let's take a short break while we wait for Fish and Wildlife. move on with Fish and Wildlife. Good morning, welcome. Floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Well, it's that time of the year again. We're a little, a little later than we like to be, but I'd like to propose the 2023 hunting seasons and fees to you all. You each have this yellow sheet here. This contains all of our seasons. The next sheet contains all of the fees. And this one here with some little yellow marks on it has the proposed deer seasons for all categories.
Haipa.
I have a question. Does the board propose these, and how do the prices get set?
So what happens is these are recommendations that we provide to the board. None of these have changed, or I shouldn't say that. I didn't get that far yet. Some of these have changed, but we do. We propose those to the board, then we bring them to council.
Vice Chair.
Was your program or was the board ever invited to that public forum?
Yes, they were. July or June 13th or something like that. There was a few concerned sportsmen that came and voiced their concerns.
Okay, I just wanted to just
Yeah.
double check if you guys were able to meet on it, I guess.
Yep, we did. We heard them.
All right.
Enemy swim.
I'm going to guess that the reason why we're lowering the number of permits is because of the long winter.
That is exactly right. Yes,
Okay.
we did have some winter mortality, so we have decreased the availability of deer permits.
Okay, just want to double check. And then with that, I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 proposed deer season and fees.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim, second from Buffalo Lake, and a question from Long Hollow.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Brandon Gypsy
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next thing up I have is the co-stewardship agreement with the Wabe National Wildlife Refuge. This has been in discussion for a little over a year now, and most of the districts, and I should have brought the minutes, I don't remember, some of them have come back. I know 2 of them have approved it so far, Enemy Swim, Big Coulee, but for the most part, this has been in discussion. They have been working in the benefit of the tribe. You could see some of the things that are in highlight there are just some new additions that the board has requested of the refuge. The service, Fish and Wildlife Service members have been coming down and meeting with us nearly every month, at least once a month, and continuously reaching out to us on phone. They've been doing a lot of interpretive signs. They're getting those all in place, which a lot of the elders that met with them had requested. So I'm not sure if you've had a chance to go through it, but you saw this before. We've just had a few additions, and like I said, there's some smaller ones that are highlighted in yellow there. We had Thipple come in and ask that some signage be removed and do some different things to some cultural sites there. Excuse me, and they have honored that request as well. There is a part under authorities on part 3. They have different authorities under there, and they're just giving us time if we would like to add any other authorities under there. We didn't have anything recommended. I'd be asking for approval for the chairman's signature. Maybe we want to send it over to legal first upon legal review before the chairman signs it, but if we could get approval for this MOU to go through.
Haipa.
Did we ever get a copy, a draft? Oh, yeah, okay, good. I didn't get all the way through it.
Enemy Swim.
So I'm trying to find it real quick. I just wanted to make sure that they would do the maintenance, road maintenance. I know that was kind of been a back and forth.
I guess we didn't discuss anything like that.
Okay.
Do we want to request them to improve the road? I mean, we could certainly add it in there.
I guess, let me rephrase. I just don't want us to be in charge of upkeep on the road.
Oh, no, this is just co-stewardship, this is more in regards to our cultural requests and things that we've requested in there. You could see different things, and we've also requested for hunting and fishing and gathering, and all of that's been honored. But yeah, maintenance or funding, anything like that, that's not on us.
No, I just want to double check that one, because when was that discussion, Curtis? December or November of last year?
Yeah, December.
I don't know, Curtis got all dressed up for a Zoom call.
I think that was,
But I'm really happy to see that they'll be providing opportunities for travel access to those natural resources. Because I know they were like laughing at me before, but I was like, dude, that's like the one place you could find like a good chunk of mint, and it's good that we'll be able to go out there and have access to that.
absolutely. There's a lot of opportunity there for our people, and they're really working towards making it more welcoming. I know some of our members have said, they didn't know that they could go there, and this is a public place, and now this will, make our people feel more welcome, and they're going to be adding in a lot of different stuff available. They're putting up a video similar to the one of the districts requested that they do a video similar to the one at Nicollet Tower. So they're actually working with the production team right now on getting that done. I mean, they've just honored all of the requests. I don't think there's anything that they haven't honored that we have asked of them, so it's been a really, really great working relationship with them in getting this co-stewardship agreement in place.
So I'll make the motion to accept the MOU pending legal review. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Question?
Got a motion from Enemy Swim, second from Buffalo Lake, and a question from Hype.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. The next thing I have is it's more for your information. This is something that we're in discussion on with the USDA. This is called CREP. It's a Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program. Some of you have heard of CRP. This one is CREP. CRP is more in regards to our crop grounds. This will be more for the protection of our grasslands. So, I know there's a lot of stuff in there, but I just wanted to get it to each of you to look at this. This is a very beneficial program for our tribe. Once we agree on how we would want this, if we want anything changed in there, and we change this up, and then I will be bringing it back for authorization for the chairman's signature to get this going, when, of course, legal review and such. But this would be not enrolling all of our land into this program. It would be allowing the opportunity for this program to exist for our lands. So then we can enroll whichever lands that we see should be in there, or any operators could do the same.
Enemy Swim?
Is that okay, Gypsy? I was just wondering, would one of the examples be like if we have like animals that may be endangered that seem to be habitating like some of these areas that get hayed? Would that be an example that this would go into?
Absolutely. We are actually dealing with a situation like that right now. We have some critical habitat on the reservation. Throughout the reservation, we have quite a few acres like that, and unfortunately, we had a land use change on some Bureau land, and it had some critical habitat on there, and we had some threatened species that existed on there. That particular site was actually one of the first sites in the world that a rearing project took place back in 2016. So we're working with Bureau right now, hoping to make some corrections. I haven't been able to visit with them yet this week, but because that would be a piece that we could enroll into here and get it some protection, but still continue to get that payment out to the landowners.
All right, good, thank you.
Tribal Chair? Woman?
My quick question was that council's, was that on council's action for approving a land use permit or something?
No, that's BIA, that was a BIA,
Okay,
it was a piece of airship land that was leased out to an individual. The individual, it was always hayland for forever, and they requested it be changed to pasture for grazing, and unbeknownst to us, that occurred, and the fencing got put up and the cattle were on there, and about the time we went out to do the survey is when we realized it was being grazed in those.
okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't on our end.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Haipa?
Hi. So, are you, I didn't know about a lot of stuff for the, farming and what have you, and so the farm bill, at one of the meetings we had gone to, they were talking about the farm bill and how it's, really some benefits for tribal nations. Anyway, you stay on top of all of that stuff?
Yes, I do. There is one very important topic matter in there that, that's going to take some time. I'd like to have all of your input on that, as well as, all the other tribes are acting on that right now, too. And that's, so I don't want to put everything on a BIA, but it's another thing that the Department of Interior has did in regards to, it's an arts and crafts part for more of recognizing our tribal producers when they have a product out there, rather than putting it under a different category, they put it under arts and crafts, and there's going to be a lot of negative impacts with that, and we can get into that discussion at another time.
Okay.
But we are following that, and anytime you want to, if you have some, questions on it, I can get those folks online with us, and the same thing with USDA with CREP. They're willing to come here or meet with us virtually.
And so do you get those, emails and letters from, from where else, where they're always saying, some of those things say tribal leaders, dear tribal leaders, et cetera?
Majority of them I do. I mean, for the most part, the executives are great at forwarding them over, for sure. They get them to us. Sometimes I miss a grant or something, but thanks to Christine, she'll pick that up and get it over. So I'll get multiple ones sometimes from everybody, but that's okay. At least we don't get it missed, so yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and speaking of grants, I think we're currently working on 3.
Yes, 2 of them that are due like next week. So, yeah, and those are in regards to the meat processing facility, the Tado teepees. So, this is really great. It's a lot of work that we're going to have to do in a short time, but we're going to get it done.
We don't need a motion to accept that donation, do we? From
I don't think it would hurt. It's sitting over in legal. I think you all made an executive motion at the executive committee.
to just have them review. Yeah, there was a little bit of
review it
language
and
in there,
approve it?
but being that it was just a donation to us, we just, I guess, decided to have legal just take a look at it, double
Right.
check.
And the thing with that was that it wasn't going to be a monetary donation. It was going to be, they were going to purchase the equipment and
Right.
all the equipment up to that amount. So I guess that's,
Yeah, they basically stepped off on that then, so going forward, if we want to formalize that in motion, I guess we can do that, but
to accept the donation. I guess that would be great to make a motion to request the donation from Latter-day Saints.
okay. Motion from Buffalo Lake, second from Enemy Swim.
Question?
Question from Haipa.
Yeah, it's 200,000.
So, what are you accepting? What are you accepting?
Accepting the donation from Latter-day Saints Church of Latter-day Saints
Okay,
for $200,000
Yes.
in equipment.
in equipment?
Yep.
Kenneth Johnson? Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook? Dallas Owen? A. Lydia Amos? Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next thing I have is just for information, some of you may have seen this. I don't think we've figured out how to get it online yet for this, what do they call it, the QR code to be scanned, to put your input into the survey. We had it out here during general council. Excuse me. But this is in regards to agricultural resource management plan. The deadline for the survey is July 20th. We are really looking for the membership's input in this. And this is going to come back and benefit us in regards to what I just talked about, what one of you mentioned on endangered species. So then we are going to put in there, that the critical habitat areas, all that stuff is in the survey. We would like everybody to respond to that, and this will help us with our conservation plans when we put them in place. And that's something that's planned to happen for every tract of land within Tribal Realty and BIA Realty. The BIA received or they contracted this firm to do this ARMP for us. And also, one of you have just shared another opportunity for us to do some more work with this. So thank you for whoever forwarded that over to me. I think it was Chairman's office.
Aipa.
Thank you. So I did get that survey and I did complete it, but it was confusing because I didn't know what everything meant. So if there was an explanation on some of those things. I think there was one question that said what it was, so I'm like, oh yeah, okay, so I was able to answer that one. But if we need tribal input, but we don't even know what it means and how important it is, it's hard to do the survey.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, not everybody knows the internal things, but agricultural resource management plans and everything that goes into it. But maybe we can work with the consultants and do a public forum or something.
Yeah,
I think
that
that'd
would be
good.
beneficial.
Yes, absolutely.
Melissa?
I had a question too about that survey, because Can you use the mic right there? Oh, I'm sorry. Just press the little dial there. Okay. So I did that survey during general council too, and I was going through it and I read through it, and I was answering the questions, and I guess along with Gypsy, I was kind of a little bit baffled of what kind of feedback or input you wanted from me personally. But the one thing that kind of popped out, what I seen was like maybe farming. Like, are we going in as a tribe in the direction of maybe trying to incorporate farming into our tribal economic development type of thing on our lands?
Yeah.
Is that kind of like, because that's kind of what I wrote on one of those
Yes.
questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Otherwise, I was kind of just wondering, like, what else do you want on input about what to do with our lands?
Yes, that's exactly what it was, just to get the members' input on just like that, which is perfect. Yep.
Well,
But
I'll be a farmer.
I understand. Yes, absolutely. Everybody
They
can
make
produce
good
some
money.
type of food.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of money in there.
But we can put together more of a public forum for that, so our people better understand that, didn't understand it. We did get a good response during general council.
Yeah, because I know there's a lot of work into farming, but there is good money. And I think our tribe would benefit greatly if we kind of did some kind of natural resource type of economic development around here for ourselves. You know, even along with like our buffalo farm, you know. Not so much like making that a national thing, but, you know, like just doing something with the meat, you know,
Right,
like
and-
processing. I know we already do that, but I mean, you know, just like going down avenues like that.
Yeah, some of those are already in place.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
you might have missed it when the chairman announced it during general council, but like there's been actually like 40 acres of corn that's been planted now, and
Oh,
the
nice.
meat processing facility is getting in gear here, and a lot of different things are happening in that
Okay,
in that
see,
area.
these are things
absolutely.
I'm not really aware of and I don't hear about every day.
Sure.
So, I mean, it's good to, I guess, come here and listen to your report and find out things. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just to expand on that, again, you know, we planted 40 acres this past year of corn, and we're going to sit down with Charlene and Jerry and take a look at how much more we can build up to in the coming years, because we do recognize that agriculture is very lucrative, but, you know, we have to do it in a way that makes sense for us. You know, there's a lot of input cost, I guess you could say, that goes into farming that you don't realize until you harvest. So I guess our approach is to try to take a look at how much we can build up to, how much we can handle. You know, it's not going to happen overnight. You know, we're going to eventually build up. I'd like to see us build up to, you know, whatever is available to farm. You know, hopefully someday, you know, we're able to do all that. You know, on top of that, there's also a Feeding America grant that's going to buy equipment, food processing equipment and things like that. So some of our acreage that we can use would be to basically feed ourselves in a sense too, you know. So those are conversations we're definitely having, and a lot of this, like Charlene says, is kind of all works together. You know, the buffalo, the agriculture, you know, all those different opportunities, and you know, they just need a little bit of support and a little bit of help with getting those off the ground, and that's kind of where we're at. We're just kind of in the planning phases, and those are some of the things we're working towards. So like I said, it just takes, you know, we want to make sure we're planning it right, and you know, we're not rushing things, you know, so we're making mistakes. So yeah, it's been good. So that's kind of what we're working towards. Is that all you had, Charlie?
Yeah, that's all I had. Most of my other stuff is informational, and I just wanted to mention that, yeah, on what you just said, you know, it's been great working with this short while working on the one grant, and in regards to how much collaboration it takes amongst each other, and you know, even with our apple orchard and all of that, you know, there's so much more we could do in regards to food sovereignty when we just work together, and a lot we can do to feed ourselves, take care of ourselves.
Thank you.
I just had a question on, it's kind of an old question, or maybe not so old, but for future references, I would kind of like to know what the protocol is for, say, finding a wombatee out there already dead. What's the protocol on that? Bring it to them, then what happens? After they find out how it deceased or how it died, where does it go from there? I do have a permit for that, and my daughter found the eagle on the interstate, a full eagle laying there on the road by a farmer. On the other side of the road, there was 2 raccoons that were gutted, laying there. So obviously, this farmer was trying to get rid of this eagle, or eagles that were probably hunting his chickens or whatever. I'm just kind of curious, being I did find that, being I did turn it in, what happens to stuff like that? Because I do have a permit for that, for eagle feathers. And I was kind of wondering, you know, because a lot of people said I should have got that back, but I never did. And I didn't know where to go to, who to ask. I don't really ask a whole lot of questions of a lot of things because people that are already in those positions or hold that status should already know what's supposed to happen or where does it go. You know, I'm just curious because how many other people are out there that actually find the eagle and don't even turn it in, with the exception of maybe they found it, however they found it, and what's that? Where does it go? Where does it go from there? Because it left me high and dry, and this has probably been 5-6 years now that this has passed. And I don't know, I mean, you know, people were saying that you should probably get that back, but I never questioned it because I thought, well, somebody would know what to do, and if they were going to give it back, they would at least let me know, or at least explain to me what happened. And they did find out it was poisoned. And like I said, it was a complete bird just laying there on the side of the road. And me and my daughter found him or her. So I was just curious, should I have gotten that back? I'm asking for an opinion more so to say what should have happened or what could have happened.
Well, I'd certainly like to reply on that. I know we've discussed this during General Council a few times, and I don't remember now because we go through a lot of them, but normally, yes, they do come back, but we do the processes have changed. They have certainly changed, and more to our benefit now. But I really, right at the moment, I can't answer you what happened to that bird. I'd have to go back and look in our files. I know like I said, we discussed this before. I thought you did receive it back, and if it was poisoned, then that tells me right there why you didn't get it back, because that's dangerous. We don't like people to handle those birds, and especially with the diseases that are in place now. That's another program that we're working on, because humans are susceptible to those diseases or poisons or such things as that. This was a big discussion that we held with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service just last spring, because normally these birds go to the repository in Denver. Most of you are familiar with that, and then we are able to request those back. And we have a good working relationship with the service. When those birds are found, we recover them. If they have not been illegally taken, we usually get those back and give them to the person that had found them. That's right, you're correct. But if that was the case, that it had been poisoned, that's probably our answer right there. That's why you didn't receive it back. We've actually had a service member with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that had passed on about 15 years ago, because he picked up a bird. Unbeknownst to him, it had been poisoned. He put it in his contained vehicle, such as like a Tahoe, an enclosed vehicle, and it had lethal effects for him. So we really, really discourage people from picking them up. When our staff members and our officers pick them up, they have on protective, they have on the gloves and sometimes put something else on, especially today with the avian influenza that's going on. There's a lot of different things that are going on out there, but stop over sometime. We could talk more about it. Things are more available to us now than they have been in the past, but now with the bird flus, it's making things a little more difficult again.
Okay, well, like I said, I never heard of or what to do, or, in future references, it's always good to know, because you never know, I never knew that was going to happen, and both me and my daughter, we actually physically lifted it up and put it in the trunk of my car, so I was like, I didn't know. We're both okay right now, I could say that at least. There's nothing really physically or medically wrong, other than the fact that I had a full left kneecap replacement. That's the only thing, but that was through service connection, that through the Army that happened. But it's always good to know. There's some people out there that don't really know, and they wonder in what they do, and if they can get in trouble. I didn't want to get in trouble for that, and I heard stories of people were able to take them and keep them, and I felt I did. It might have been a little late turning it in, but at least I turned it in and got it out of my conscience to say that I didn't take him or the bird, wrongfully or anything like that. But I felt bad because somebody had did that, and not realizing that it's a national symbol of the United States and then of our Dakota people, that person or that bird is really a sacred thing that we honor and we look after. So, but anyways, thanks for your time, and I appreciate it. I know this I wasn't planning on this, but I was kind of hoping to someday maybe get some kind of a answer to what happened and how it goes, and which is understandable. If it was a poison, the least amount of people touching it is probably in the best interest of the people that found it, or even if it was contagious, and it could get a lot more people sick. But thanks for your time. Oh, none.
Vice Chairwoman.
So I just had a quick comment. So according to, with your flyer, if you can just possibly create a cheat sheet just to have something, so then we can put it on our website, because I know you have a deadline, so then that way it can reach out to as many tribal members as possible. So that's all I was going to request.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you, Charlene. We had a motion from Enemy Swim, a second from Big Coulee. Question from Tribal Secretary to approve Fish and Wildlife Monthly Report.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Lydia Amos? Yes. Kenneth Johnson? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. With that, we'll break for lunch and be back here at 1 p.m. And up next, we have the Assistant IHS CEO. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
And floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I'm Captain Carol Cummins. I'm your CEO at the Woodrow Wilson Keeble Health Care Center. And I have with me, I think everybody knows.
Jesse Chunku, I'm head of facilities for Assistant IHS. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I just wanted to provide a brief summary of what we've been doing since I've arrived in January. Our primary focus has been on access to care, and we've started an initiative, do not turn away patients. So when a patient presents, we want to do everything possible to address the patient's needs. So with that, we've implemented what we call a test of change. And with that test of change, we identify opportunities to provide services, increase access to care. For example, we've reduced the time that our providers allot for patients. We've reduced those appointments from 1 hour to 30 minutes. So we've opened up more appointment opportunities. The administration time has been reduced. We've also incorporated clinical pharmacy into the service. We've also included lab, and we've integrated them into the clinic service. And we're currently looking at our nursing processes. So when we triage a patient, or when we're receiving a patient, we assess, is it just a nursing visit? Maybe they just need to speak to pharmacy about a medication refill. Maybe they're there for a lab draw. And we provide those services in the clinic. And we're also taking that opportunity for pharmacy to collaborate with the providers to talk about reviewing the patient medication list. Maybe the provider has some questions on the best treatment. So it's moving along. We don't really have data at this time. We've initiated the test of change, and we're implementing processes, what's working and what's not working. With our quality program, we've pulled our assistant director of nursing into the acting quality management position. She is invaluable when it comes to identifying some potential opportunities for improvement. We're improving our performances. She's working with risk management and overall our quality work plan. So our quality work plan actually prioritizes our areas that we would like to see improvement in, or areas that we might be able to add additional opportunities for patients. With our business office, we're at 108% of our collection goals. The Medicaid expansion in South Dakota, I'm sure that you've heard some discussion about that. That began on that began on July 1st, and our office can assist people with enrollment, so please stop in, come see us, ask us how we can help patients in the community renew their applications. Some partnership opportunities. I'm always encouraging my executive staff to find ways to partner with the tribe in any opportunity that's related to healthcare. And the business office had an opportunity to participate in the Elderly Health Fair. And also, we're looking at providing some support with IHS job applications, so more to come on that. We definitely would like to continue the discussion about recruitment opportunities and how we can work with the tribe in recruiting employees. I know that one of the items that we heard is sometimes the application process can be a bit overwhelming, and so more to come on that. With our behavioral health, we have signed an agreement with the Great Plains Area Telebehavioral Health Service, so that allows us to open up access to behavioral health services. We do have a construction project that is planned. We're hopeful to begin that process in August, begin improving some of the physical environment in the clinic. And with dental, we're in the process of recruiting. We're in the process of hiring a permanent, and we also did have, we did make a selection for a contract dental provider who is also potentially interested in coming on permanently. So more to come on that. We're excited about that. And with optometry, we do have a job posting out there, and we are recruiting. That one seems a little bit more challenging, but we will be focusing in on ways that we can improve those opportunities. We were recently reviewed in our laboratory, and we did great. We had 3 citations, and those were specific to following our quality plan, and also specific to our staffing, making sure that people are signing off on their training. So with regard to our peer review comparison, we were at 99%, so that's great news. We're excited about that. We receive a lot of support from the Great Plains area when it comes to administrative support, hiring. We're in the process of hiring for our coding department in medical records. I think what's exciting is we advertised the coding position, and we were told that we had 75 applicants. It closed within 24 hours. And so they're still going through those applications to review who's eligible for the panel. So that's really exciting. Some of our challenges, we are looking at updating our training opportunities with all of our employees, making sure that we are speaking broadly when it comes to quality care and performance improvement, how to utilize data so that we can make good decisions about patient care, how do we document those processes, and making sure that if something didn't work, we've identified why it didn't work and what are the next steps moving forward. So our staff is really enjoying the training and the updates on the training. It's very exciting to see a lot of motivated employees saying, wow, this is great. Our business office has been challenged with recruiting. We've had a billing technician vacancy, contract rep vacancy, and a voucher examiner. So if you know anybody that's interested in business office opportunities, please send them our way, and we'll be happy to work with them on that application process. And with regards to PRC, there are times when we have to pull within the business office to support each other with those processes. So again, moving forward, if you know of anybody that's interested in working within the business office or PRC, these are great opportunities. And overall, access to care, again, we're working very hard to try to identify all the opportunities that are available to us to improve access to care, making sure people are getting their appointments or have the opportunity to speak to somebody so that we can move them to the next level of care or help them resolve any concerns or questions that they have. Do you have any questions for me?
Haipa.
Thank you. Yes, I have lots of questions. I just kind of want to reiterate what you were talking about here. You said, did you say test of change?
Right.
Okay, so you mentioned something about pharmacy. What was that?
So I'll try not, sometimes I go off on tangents, I'll try not to. So pharmacy, clinical pharmacy, it allows the clinical service to be supplemented. So what does that mean? For example, clinical pharmacists can actually, they're trained to go in and review labs. In some cases, they're allowed to order labs if needed. A trained clinical pharmacist can even renew a medication, a prescription. Say, for example, somebody comes in and they need their blood pressure renewed, their blood pressure medication renewed. A pharmacist can do that. The training is happening throughout the country. And so we have board-certified pharmacists, and we also have a residency program that trains clinically. And so we can take those services into the clinic, and they work alongside the provider to address any medication issues, errors, dosing, recommendations, and it gives back that time to the provider to spend with the patient.
So, is this a fairly new thing, or?
We're initiating it here. It's a great opportunity. It has been happening throughout IHS in varying degrees. It depends on the staffing opportunities, and those vary throughout the country.
So will they actually be in the clinic?
They are now.
They are now. They have their, is it a separate office?
Nope, they work right in the clinic. They have a desk right alongside the providers.
Okay. So I think, at least in my perspective anyways, there's a lot of, one of the questions we get a lot is, why are there so many pharmacists? Because we don't even have a hospital, and there's other service units with, way more patients with only one or two pharmacists, to fulfill all those prescriptions and stuff, and we have several. Is that some of what this is, on why there's so many pharmacists?
There's a staffing formula. So a staffing formula is applied to the facilities throughout IHS, and then based on that formula, it gives you a recommendation of how many pharmacists that you should have.
Per patient or per provider?
So it's overall, based on the entire service.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are very fortunate at the clinic to to have the abundance of pharmacists and nursing staff that we do have. There are, and you've heard this even in the news, that some places are challenged when it comes to recruiting full-time permanent nursing staff and pharmacists. And so we are very fortunate to have the staff that we have so that we can begin to develop these clinical processes.
Okay. Thank you for those answers. So I have another question. Behavioral health, you have a contract, you said, with the Great Plains Area Telehealth.
Right.
So is utilized to the maximum extent possible?
Yes.
Because I don't know how many patients can they see a week, and, how many, is it only an hour a week, or a couple days a week, all day?
Well, the program, the service, actually, of course, is going to be designed depending on the patient's need. And it is definitely being utilized to the fullest. And we're currently in communication with the program to identify how it best fits in with our service at the clinic. So more to come on that. The agreement is actually brand new. I think I just signed it last month. And
Okay.
so we're still working out some fine details, but in the meanwhile, we've had a glimpse at the numbers, and so we're receiving a lot of great support.
Okay. Let me see. I guess the other question I was going to ask was about the job advertisements. I know it's on USA Gov, right? USA.gov, but where else can people find what's being advertised?
Well, that was a question that, and a topic that came up in our governing board, and that's where I would like to spend a little bit of time with the committee. Let's find some ways to share those advertisements, get it out to a broader community. I know that, of course, Facebook, a lot of people want, they get on the Facebook. And so we want to make sure that we're placing those advertisements there as well. But if there's opportunities, let us know. We want to share those announcements.
So is there a way?
Broadly.
Is it too complicated to put an advertisement just in the SHOTA? At least for these, like for the medical, what was that one? Well, medical records, but it's not called medical records anymore.
To put them where?
Put the advertisements in our tribal newspaper or the Sisseton Courier for those types of jobs, for the medical billing and in the.
We can look at those opportunities.
Okay. We can look at, how much red tape are you going to have to cut in order to put that advertisement in there? Are you going to have to go all the way to headquarters? I would think that would be a service unit decision.
I'll ask. I'll definitely find out.
Okay. And I got a couple more. I'm sorry, I got a lot of questions though, because these come up all the time and stuff. Let me see here. My next one was the construction project. You said it's going to begin in August. What does that consist of?
Do you want to give just a brief overview?
The one that we're anticipating in August is for pharmacies to expand the area of it, and also another area in the building, which would be our ambulance bay, to put another department in there.
A department?
Yeah, move a department out of an area since they're going to lose some space due to the pharmacy, and then putting more area there to utilize some dead space that we have there into office space. Yep.
Okay. So how is that being funded?
Through the service unit.
Through the service unit?
Yeah.
Okay, so is that being using the third-party billing funding, or was there a budget in the IHS contract or whatever to do expansions?
I believe that's just part of our facility budget.
Okay. So, so how many permanent doctors do we have right now?
Per minute?
Permanent doctors? You know, that are here supposedly at least 2 years?
Oh, okay.
Providers, not
Okay,
just, do
so,
we have any MDs, I should say?
So we do. We have Dr. Mousseau, who recently came aboard. We're very excited to have her here. We also have a pediatrician, Dr. Lesueur. I believe he's been here for a while. And we have a full-time permanent nurse practitioner. And we have 2 contract MDs and 1 part-time nurse practitioner. So we're slowly growing.
Still what?
We're slowly growing.
Oh,
We're
slowly.
excited about that.
I was like, what?
We're excited. The recruitment's, it's happening.
Okay, the training, you said you were updating training? Is that for
Right.
all staff?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I know I still have more, but I'll let somebody else ask their questions.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Ongalo.
How many dentists do we have?
So for dentists, we currently have 3. And, but of course, when there's vacation, then, like recently, we had 1 go on vacation, and so we had 2 available.
Can you give me their names, please?
Give you their name. So our dental director is Dr. Holderness, and then we have Dr. Gonzalez, and who's our 3rd one? All of a sudden, I've drawn a blank. And we have Dr. Zimmer.
Okay.
Melissa.
Hello. Just kidding.
Hi.
I'm Melissa. I just had some questions on like your recruiting and stuff. Right now, currently, I am a college student working on my bachelor's degree here at the college. I just recently graduated with my AA degree, and I am having a challenging time finding employment. And now that you're sitting here telling me that there's job opportunities out here, I was wanting to know how would I be able to, I guess, inquire or even apply for these positions that you mentioned. Because my bachelor's degree is going into behavioral sciences. So, but I seen that you mentioned there's coding, business, I guess, and then I don't know what other options, medical records or something you're talking about. So even though my degree is going into behavioral science, which consists of a lot of sociology, psychology, and criminology courses that I'm taking, I don't know if that would really affect or how that would, like, what do you call it, with trying to pursue, I guess, a job with IHS locally here for my future, I guess.
Okay. Well, you're welcome to come in to our HR department, and we're happy to assist you and show you where those advertisements are and how to access that information.
Okay.
Okay?
Who do I talk to?
You can come into the administrative office. You can ask for Gail Williams or Mary Gaikowski.
Okay, so then.
And I'm even there too. So you can just come in and say, hey, I'm interested in learning about some opportunities here at IHS. You know, where do I start?
Okay, because in the past, I have previously heard people telling me, go apply at the clinic. And I'm like, for what jobs? Because like you said, I do not see advertisements for these jobs that you are mentioning. And if you are looking for recruiting, I guess tribal members or, you know, local people in our area, or I don't know how broad you're going, but I was thinking maybe because every semester or every end of the school year at the college, we have like numerous of college graduates. And they're probably in the same boat as me. If they're not already working here in the admin building, they're probably looking for work. So, and I guess maybe one of the opportunities is maybe set up an advertisement, because I don't see advertisement for employment from the clinic at the college, on our boards, anywhere. I don't ever see it. I don't ever see any advertisement for job employments there at all. So, I mean, if there's jobs out there, how come us college students that are working towards degrees and stuff, whether it be in natural sciences or, you know, the medical field or business, we're not seeing these opportunities being, you know, laid in front of us, I guess, so to speak. So,
Thank you for that. So all of our jobs are posted on USA Jobs. And so that's one place that you can start, you know, just usajobs.gov, and in the search engine, you type in Indian Health Service, and then the location would be Sisseton, South Dakota, and all of our jobs should come up. But we're happy to help too, and we can definitely do better. We see that as an opportunity, and we're going to work towards a partnership where we can make sure that people have an opportunity to see those openings and apply.
because I know in the past I tried to apply for a job out there, and I don't know who was in charge then. They weren't very helpful, and they weren't very friendly either. So that kind of put up like this, you know, like, what do you call it, between me and trying to, you know, work for my people, I guess, in a
Okay.
medical facility. So I got upset and I never went back to finish the process. So I don't know, like, who do you talk to about people like that when you deal with people like that?
Well, we definitely want feedback on customer service, so, you know, sharing that information is very important.
Because I think that could be part of the hiring problem too, maybe other people, it's not just me, but maybe it's other people too that are going through that same thing, and so they're like, why am I wasting my time to that person? Just made me feel bad, or rubbed me the wrong way, and, you know, like I wasn't good enough to work here, and that attitude, you know, like, so, I mean, we're all human beings, we have to support ourselves and our children, right? We all got families, so I feel like, you know, I should be heard. Cause I'm not, you know. Yeah.
Okay. We appreciate your feedback very much. Feedback is very important to us.
Enemy swim.
So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my quick question was, if we have 3 dentist providers, like, I just went in and tried to get an appointment, what was it, 2 weeks ago, and they were telling me the next opening was like October. So how do we bridge that one?
We're working on it. So like I said, we are in the process of hiring an additional dentist, and we have just made a selection for a contracting. We're aggressively recruiting, and, you know, I'm sorry that, you know, that's the message that you received. We are doing the best we can. It's not an excuse, but it's part of our test of change process on what can we do better.
So what's the ideal number for dentists?
So I actually have not looked at the formula for dentists at this time, but we are zeroing in on getting aboard our staff that have been selected and hopefully opening up more opportunities. So I can get back to you on that
Oh,
one.
okay, yeah, that'd be great, thank you.
Yeah, that's a
And
good
then
question.
the other question I had is, I appreciate the hours you guys have put over on the weekends. I've been hearing a lot of positive feedback from the community on that one. The only catch with that is that sometimes you don't have a provider to see adolescents or children. Is that just because we only have the one pediatrician?
No, we actually do.
Because I know.
So I'm not sure what's happening with that, but we do have somebody available to see our peds patients.
Okay.
Yeah, and our newest provider, Dr. Gutierrez, she can also see peds patients, so.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll take one more question, then we'll move on with the agenda.
Thank you. I guess one more question I'm asking about is, you said that was the service unit funds to expand the pharmacy. Can you make it in the service unit funds to hire more providers? And we have these amount of providers, but, you're covering a 7-day week. And there's limited providers per each day, even if we have all these numbers. And I would think if we hire more providers, obviously we can cover more. So allocating some funds that way. And then the other thing for dental is more dental hygienists versus more dental doctors.
Right.
Is that in your plan? Can it be in your plan?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And we actually have a dental hygienist who will be with us on a temporary duty assignment.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we're excited about that.
We had a tribal member a few years ago that was one of a dental hygienist that actually went through one of our tribal health programs in the medical field as an externship. But whatever was going on there, she left. But she was a perfect example of what we could have at our service unit. She was a tribal member, she was a hygienist, but whatever was going on, that wasn't good. But she was the first one that actually provided dental healthcare education to me in all my years. So things like that are very important, and people don't always get that. And I think that's part of what I would consider customer service for everybody, because we don't always get that. So thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cummins, for attending Tribal Council and giving us updates. I know there's a lot of questions membership always has for IHS, so I appreciate you being here, appreciate you answering questions. I guess going forward, I think if you're open to continuing this conversation, I think that would be beneficial to everybody. So, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for the invitation, and I look forward to future notifications so we can come and provide updates and share some of our tests of change.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Have a great
appreciate your
day.
time.
With that, I'm not sure if we want to pass a motion to approve a reporter update from IHS.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, got a motion from motion from Tribal Secretary.
Second.
Second from Haipa. Question from Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, we have Education Office.
And we're waiting for a phone call. Yep, thank you. Okay, so just a little briefing on this. Quite a few of the tribal consultations seems to end up in my office, and so I follow up on all of those, and this is one of them. This is Mike Waldner calling, so.
Hello, it's Mike.
Okay, Mike, you're here, and they can hear you, so.
All right, sounds great. Would you like me just to give a quick overview of Connect South Dakota and then jump into some of the okay?
Okay, you got 10 to 15 minutes tops. And so introduce yourself and then come right to the point, all right? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sherry, Dr. Johnson. Mike, I'm Mike Waldner. I'm the broadband coordinator for the state of South Dakota, and I work out of the Economic Development Office. Since 2019, the state of South Dakota has been working to connect every location in South Dakota to high-speed internet, preferably to internet being fiber connections. And we think fiber is obviously the gold standard, being future-proof and all speeds capable, and so that's our main goal and our main focus. Now, since 2019, we've had multiple grant rounds and various funding from the state legislature. We also use some of the CARES Act, or people call it COVID money, and we've also used some ARPA funds in order to do this, in which case we've connected over 30,000 locations so far all across South Dakota. We do have a public map if anybody's interested in where our grants and where they were at. I can tell you that I believe we had 3 different providers, 2 for sure, that were awarded some funding, and that actually covered the Sisseton tribal areas. And this is all public information. One of the providers was ITC, and one of them was RC Technologies. And so I know that they did do some work on the Sisseton area. Now, beyond all of these projects, we are in, many of you have probably heard of some additional federal funding as part of a program called Internet for All. And BEAD is Broadband Equity Access Deployment. So that's BEAD is just the acronym that the NTIA, our federal counterparts, what they are calling this program. And with this program, state of South Dakota is receiving $207 million to put and finish the rest of the locations within South Dakota that need this type of connectivity. Specific to Sisseton, with those previous awards that I talked about, Sisseton, as your tribal areas and locations, with the exception of a few areas, or a few locations rather, your tribe is very well connected with high-speed fiber, again, from multiple companies. And I have the number here. There is approximately 8 companies that are doing business and have territory in the Sisseton tribal areas. The most common ones are ITC, RC Communications, Venture Communications has a large area, and then there's just a small area of a Minnesota and a North Dakota provider. So again, as far as the tribal area and deployment, connectivity, your whole reservation area is very well covered. Now, the other part, the last little part that I'll have, and I'll open it up to questions, is as part of this program is a digital, what they call digital equity piece. And this is where we work on how and why are people perhaps not subscribing or not utilizing internet capabilities. Our goal on the state side is, number one, connect people, and we also want our citizens to be good digital citizens. We want them to know how to use the internet, use it safely, and we also know and understand that also includes it needs to be affordable, and people have to have a device, whether it's a tablet, laptop, in order to utilize that internet. So that's where the digital equity piece comes in. Now, I also know Dr. Johnson has worked on a previous award in doing some of this digital equity. Her and I, we've also talked about a program, Affordable Connectivity Program, which gives some reimbursements for people living in tribal areas across the nation. And so she's well aware of that program, and I know that she's worked with it as well. But that is also an area that we are looking to do some additional work in. So with that, I will open it up to some questions. If anybody has anything, or if you want me to, I can go into much more detail on any part of that.
Mike, would you talk and address that we're going to have a tribal consultation and what your hopes are for gaining information?
Sure. Tribal consultation, I think we were looking at around in August. And one of the things, and we can certainly do it in September, but one of the big things, and actually three things that we're looking at doing. Number one is for me to inform you on what we've been working on in the past years. What are our plans going forward? Our plans being the state's plans, along with all of this federal money that's coming. And then the other part of it is, what are you as a tribe doing as it relates to broadband, high-speed internet? What other plans do you have? And then ultimately the third thing is, how can we strategize together? How can we work together? Where does the state's plan fit in with the tribal plans? How do we work together so that we don't do duplicating efforts, so that I might be able to fill in an area that you're not able to? And so where's the synergies? What can we do working together going forward? So that's really the three main things that we're looking at.
Enemy swim. So real quick, just touch, this is Dallas Solon from the Enemy Swim District. Just touching base with that, with what you were saying there. Does that include paying for laying fiber optic to individual homes then?
Yes. Dallas, you're exactly right. That is those awards I was talking about that are covering, and it's kind of down in the very tip of the tribal areas, north of Watertown, are the areas that we funded. And honestly, the reason we haven't funded a lot of other areas is because Venture and RC Communications has already done a bulk of the work. But you're 100% correct. Our awards pays for part of, not all of it. The provider also has to put in a match, and but yeah, we pay to have that fiber put to a location, and once we confirm that it's done, then we do a reimbursement, pay the provider for whatever portion of it is what we agreed to, and then from that day forward, that location is a customer of that provider, and that provider has to maintain and do all the upgrades and everything for for the life of that customer. Yep.
All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah.
So Chairman, that tribal consultation has tentatively been set for August 3rd from 3 to 6 p.m. And so I'm going to probably ask Tom Wilson if he'd set up and just do it live there and bring Mike here, and we can just set up either in tribal council or in the training room. And so, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Council, are you all okay with that? Okay. Yep, go ahead and schedule that, I guess.
And if I may, Chairman Renville, anybody is welcome to come to the consultation. Certainly welcome all of the council members, yourself, private citizens, individuals, any and all of your committee members and or directors, everybody that can come to the table. And as Dr. Johnson mentioned here, with between 3 to 6, hopefully if somebody's working till 5, they can come in at that 5 to 6 hour. So trying to be flexible and hopefully get everybody's questions answered.
So that'll be, I'll go ahead and advertise that and set it out there, and I'll work with Mike on that so we get that notification out there so anybody that has questions can come. No, Chairman, that our broadband grant was providing internet access to all of our tribal members, and for those that initially put their applications in right away when I received them, they are falling off the program now. And so we're going to see that change in our families. So that was a huge benefit. I have never seen so many families so grateful to be accessing internet and actually have that opportunity, because the price of food doubled through certain things in COVID and all of that. So I haven't seen any of that go down yet. So our next thing, he mentioned the Affordable Conductivity Program. So I'm going to start advertising that out and making flyers out there, because that at least will lower the cost of internet for our families that qualify. So I'll work with Mike on that. Thank you. And that concludes this, unless there's other questions of Mike. Do you want food? What? I will. Thank you. Supper will be provided. Thank you.
I want to thank the education department these past, since 2020, for doing what you did with the internet service, because I started college in 2020, and that was during COVID, and when that hit, that was a huge transition for us college students who had to be in classroom and then have to transition to online and trying to communicate. That was a huge, it was a huge blessing, like you said, to us college students. And actually, now that we're more adapted and are more comfortable with it, I'm actually listening to what he was saying. I was like, it's actually a valuable asset to college students, because we do utilize the broadband from our houses still. Like if we have a class, we're taking a class, but we have an adjunct, say, professor who's in Minnesota, we have to utilize our internet still in order to access our classroom through him, even though we're college students here, but we're sitting at home in class doing these things. So what you guys are doing is a really big blessing for us college students, and I just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work you've been doing, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Did you get a computer from us for your household? The application's in there. Yeah, so stop by our office. All right. So our grant, we're at the tail of our grant for our broadband, and it actually will close out in, I believe it's April. But we are at the end of it. You're going to see a part of the council presentation will address those last 100 computers. Are going to kill me, I'll tell you what. My bid got old. So anyway, with that, I'd just like to say thank you, Mike, for joining us, and you have a good day.
Okay, thank you, everybody, and certainly if any other questions come up, get a hold of Sherry, and she can get a hold of me.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You, everybody, too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to go ahead on with my regular council items. The first one is council requested copies of, and both schools are here, we're having a Board of Regents meetings and a standards meeting. So we've been off and on. You see me jumping in and out of here, and that's why, because I have my superintendents in the office and they're providing us guidance as far as the Board of Regents goes. On here, you'll see the reports for the script, and you'll see the senior trip, which was an extra funding from there. You can see their report, but most importantly are the 2 annual reports, and I'll let the superintendent greet you.
Good afternoon. I think I met most of you a couple weeks ago. We're at council as well. Again, Craig Peterson, new superintendent here at TZ. Been very busy doing a lot of different things, meeting a lot of people, so I appreciate your time this afternoon and get a chance to introduce you. Hopefully we get to see each other a lot and have conversations. I think I gave everyone my business card. If not, I got extras. I can give that to every one of you. You have my cell number. Give me a call. A lot of different stuff. I've been great. You have a wonderful lady to my left about the education director. I've talked to Sherry almost every other day, I would bet, if not every day. We are going to be looking at some grants. Her and I are going to be writing up a grant tomorrow and doing some different stuff and get planning for the year, because school starts August 16th. Starts here in less than a month, so we're going to get ready. So thank you again for your time this afternoon. If you need anything from me, please let me know.
If not, Secretary, would you approve the script reports and all the way down the agenda as we go there?
Enemy swim.
So I know you're probably hitting the ground running here, but I was wondering, how's the Teoshpazina expansion coming along?
Great question. We have a board meeting this evening. That's one of the things I'm going to talk in executive session with our board about a facilities team and facilities projects. We will be getting out information to the public, because I want to get some stuff from the public, from staff, from students, what the needs are. We almost need to do a needs assessment as well. That's on my to-do list this evening, and then I'm going to be talking with Dr. Johnson about this. We're going to she's getting me a little, to be a little slow, so we're going to bang out this grant first and do this grant, and then we're going to hit the facilities piece. I can definitely present that to council as well and let them know what our plan is, but we're at step 0, if not below 0, I would say, on the facilities plan, as I look at her on that one. But I'm going to talk about that at our board meeting tonight to get our board members part of that facilities team.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any questions of this Teoshpazina script report?
So on the May 25th one, on TZ Senior, so that is what they paid for the trip, right? The 24,300 plus the 9,000 for the 500 per senior? So about 33?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Well, that was a question.
I know. Dr. Johnson, we're looking at May 25th, and the funds for that senior trip was, how much of the 20,000 that this body allocated was in that, I guess? So did they start with the 4,000 and then we added the 20,000? Is that how, I guess?
These are the reports that were presented to me. So they, because you both have questions, I also had those questions, but these were the reports I had asked for. And this is what I received.
Because I did receive the email, and I think it even attaches our email, which is great. So thank you for giving us these reports. I just saw that there was a balance of $7,000, so I was just wondering, does that mean we're getting our $7,000 back?
Yeah, that's what I saw also in the report, that there was a balance of $7,000 left there. So I'm not sure what's going on with that.
Okay, because I would like to reimburse the youth department back with that $7,000. That's going to be my request.
Would you like me to talk to Greg about the finances? I know Luella is also doing something. Do you want me to talk to her about that? And Greg's our financial person, and then get that reimbursed back to you?
Yeah, if we can.
Okay.
Thank
Yep.
you.
No, I will. No, I will.
I'll make a motion for the TZ approval report.
Okay, you got a motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes. Kenneth Johnson.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Okay, the other one, the annual report, I do not have from Tiosh Bazina yet, but I also have the senior trip report there and the script. So does your motion include both of those two reports in the motion?
Because yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Eastman Imakiapia, Dakota Chaja Wichakbi Dutawi, Oe Tancha Hemacha, Enemy Swim Day School. I have our annual report and it is attached for you, so I'll just highlight a few things. That's our last 8th grade graduating class picture, and Carolyn Souls does all of our graduation pictures for us. So she takes them out and takes their pictures, so just to credit her. We have a brand new 5-year strategic plan. At the end of April, we brought in all of our stakeholders to develop it. And part of making a plan is rewriting our mission and our vision and taking a look at what we believe in and where we want to go and what we want to work on for the next 5 years. So we think we have a pretty powerful plan going, and our mission is our guidance, and our mission is Tokanua Waiawa Tipi, an indigenous school of the Sisituwa Wakpetua Oyate, honors those who have come before by providing a safe environment, immersing cultural teachings, and by inspiring learners to develop a foundation of critical thinking and social emotional skills to be good relatives. And I'll let you go ahead and read our vision, but you'll see that some of those concepts are wrapped into everything that we're doing and everything that we believe in. So we really believe in that having this Dakota philosophy flow through our school is the heart of our school. And at the same time, we want to balance and prepare our students for high school and beyond. So we want to make sure that we honor the intelligence of each of our students by challenging them and having high expectations for them. We have a new theme this year. I've been practicing pronouncing it, so I might tear it up a little bit, but I'm going to try it again. So every year we have a theme, and this is this year's. Oyate toka he ahib hina, you oni hampte, heha si checha, wayawa. Daku ota uspe unkiapte, hechet tokata daya, yuha yaptikte. Honoring the ones who came before, then we teach the students the many things so that they may go forth in a good way with it. We had the elders translate it and then give us what the English translation would be with our thoughts of where we want to go from here. There's a whole overview, so you can look at that. I want to honor my school board. I have like the most professional, and I'm pretty happy. We have 3 parents and 2 open. Anybody on the reservation could put in for those positions. And actually, we had 2 open positions 2 months ago, and only the same people that held the positions were the only ones that put in for it. And we advertised across the reservation, so we only had interest from 2. We have quite a bit of grants that we keep writing and adding in. This is the 5th year of our South Dakota 21st Century Grant. We do have a big NAL, Office of Indian Education Immersion Grant, which is a 3-year grant, about $110,000 to $111,000 a year. This is going to be just now year 2 of that, and we were just notified last month that we're going to get another immersion grant from the BIE of $186,000. And then we have 2 little literacy grants that help us out too. So you can look at, we have really good audits, and you can look at, I put one of the financial pages, you can have access to our whole audit. It is public information if you'd like it. This is our archery team, I do believe. And here's our enrollment by grade. We have had capacities. This will be the first year that we do not have a capacity other than the physical capacity of the room. And right now we do have a waiting list for kindergarten. It's really hard. We're trying to, actually my kindergarten teacher is trying to recruit a teacher that retired back to school to take part of kindergarten so that we don't have to turn anybody away. Here's some information about special education, about our Dakota language, and here's some pictures from one of our family. We have probably 5 or 6 Dakota language culture family events a year. So they were making little medicine bags for that. And then it talks about our curriculum that we use, and our assessment plan is in there. It talks about how we do SEL, which is social emotional learning and trauma-informed activities. We have it built into the schedule. And then it talks about extracurricular. We are considered a daycare center because we do have after-school programming in place. And actually, probably at least 75% or more of our students stay after school until 5 o'clock. That runs Monday through Thursday, and we do have an early release on Fridays at 1 o'clock. And then there's our students that are in special ed and FACE. We do have a strong preschool program. FACE stands for Family and Child Education. It has a home-based component that is working with even girls or women that are pregnant, so before they're 0 years old, up until 5 years, they can provide lessons in the home. And then we have a center-based component or a preschool that is 3 to 5 year olds. And then in order to have your students in the preschool program, you have to make a commitment as a parent or family member, an adult, to do adult education. They do parenting. They do pack time, which is parent and child time together in the classroom, and they work on their own individualized education. It's a very strong program. And then we do get a lot of, we're part of NESC, and that's where we get all of our special ed services, like our psychologists, our occupational therapists, our speech pathologists. So we're really lucky to be part of that cooperative because it's really hard to find those services for your students that have disabilities. We do have a full-time counselor and a full-time nurse, and we used to have once a week from Human Service Agency on Wednesdays, we had counseling right at the school. But they had to discontinue that, and right now, all we have offered is we're going through Rising Hope out of peer, but it is therapeutic counseling and it is virtual counseling, but our counselor takes care of that. So we do have therapeutic counseling available too. We do have a regular bus system, and we run a 10 o'clock in the morning, Monday through Thursday, late bus. It generally brings in about, I would say, 7 to 10 kids a day. We could have used 2 more teachers. There's a nationwide teacher shortage and staff shortage, but we have everybody that's in the classroom is certified, except for computers and PE. We're having a tough time with those. And honestly, I thought we were going to be short about 5 paras, but I think I have them all. Tomorrow's our board meeting. I think I'm going to have enough now. I'm all happy that somebody picked up one of our, Nadine Contreras does all of our creative artwork, and I had her make a flyer for down here, and somebody called me, I picked up your flyer and it says you're hiring paras, so that was kind of cool. So there's our faculty listing. We do have 100% of our staff are highly qualified. They do have the certification for their positions. We had one teacher that had one praxis test to take, so she was going to finish that this summer. All of our paras are also highly qualified. We have a lot of professional development on Fridays, and every time I can recruit, I've been telling my school board, I'm standing in the line for coffee saying, are you sure you don't want to be a para at our school? So you have to be really creative in trying to recruit because it's tough. And I'm going to talk to you about our facilities because we are in the middle of our expansion, and it's kind of exciting stuff. And we have a couple other projects that I want to share with you. But we are trying to do a cultural garden too this year, so we're busy. And then I just attached, we actually have 5 accreditations, and here's a picture when they came to the buffalo farm, and then they brought it over to the school, and they processed that whole buffalo right on our campus. It was pretty cool to participate in that. And then here's right out of our audit. Here's our statement, so you know how much money we're going through each year. And here's our budget for 23-24. We have a $4.3 million budget with our title. That doesn't include all of our grants, but that's our bureau, our federal funding budget. And then here's our accreditations from the state. We have to go through accreditation this year. We have a COSA, we have a Cognia, which is a big regional accreditation, and our FACE program has an NAEYC, which is the National Association for Education of Young Children. So Nita Ray finished that for us this last year. And then even our OST, our After School and Summer program, has their own accreditation for COA, Council on Accreditation, and then you guys saw that because somebody came here on my behalf. I'm thankful to them for doing tribal consultation for this year. So I'm going to try to find my projects for you. That's my pre-service, everything I'm working on. Here's the expansion, what it's looking like so far. Let me see if I could go up to 40% and you can see it. This is the end of our current building to the west. So our staff entrance is right here. Our kitchen receiving is all sitting right here. And our building goes up and around. Our gym is sitting right here. So we're proposing an expansion that goes out west across our parking lot. They just measured, there's 90 feet between the end of this building and our new garage, which is the closest building. So we're thinking that's enough room for buses or semis to get around to this. But our expansion includes 4 immersion classrooms, which you see here. And these 2 have outside doors to get to this FACE preschool playground. And it includes practical and fine arts is this round building, and we're gonna put our cultural history and stuff in there. And then it includes this bigger building is vocational education, and the lower one is home ec. We're gonna do some family nests. We put cultural stuff in all of these, but we have to name them, what's in the BIE space guidelines, and that's what got approved. And then this is a temporary wall that could be opened or closed, so we could have one wide space to do family gatherings in. And then this is, we had to ask for special permission for this. This is a indoor recess / cultural games room, and it's not in the guidelines, but we did go through the whole approval process, and it did get signed off by Director Dearman. And we're now at the process where this Thursday we've been meeting bi-weekly with the architects, but the last process that the BIE is involved with is they have to do approvals for the space. So this Thursday will be the first time that we have the two BIE guys from DFMC, the Division of Facility Management Construction. So like we made it a little bit wider than what the initial approval is, so we could fit lockers in here, and we're talking about where are the cupboards going to be, and where are we going to put the active panels, and you know, all of those kind of stuff. So it's kind of exciting, but that's where that's at right now. And it's a $7 to $9 million building, and I mean, we're thankful to the tribe that committed $2 million from their ARPA funds. And I am doing a Shakopee request for the new fiscal year for October 1st for $2 million. And actually I have a draft of a ARPA request to BIE sitting here. I was fixing a couple typos I made, but I am requesting $2 million from BIE to match your contribution too. And then we made a commitment of our own ARPA money of $1.5 million, and then whatever we don't get funded for, I do have it on the board agenda to give me approval to do a low-cost rural loan. That we already looked, the business manager and I already looked into it, but we weren't ready to request it yet, but now we're ready. So if everything goes well, the first construction will start in the spring. And it's a long construction, you know, it's like over a year construction. And then here's my other project we got going on the side. So we do have a medicine garden that it just didn't quite turn out to what I think originally was, and it's in rough shape right now. So we hired some landscape architects out of Custer at Tallgrass. They do an excellent job. I would recommend them. So they could get under 3,000. They cut off 3,600 of their cost, and they're only charging us 3,000 for all their work. So it is meant to be a medicine wheel, and it is meant to have our native plants medicinal and our wild plants. So then these four that are boxed in are going to go in the 4 sectors that have medicinal plants, and then these other ones are going in the back row, and I'll show you the picture. It's pretty cool. So it'll look like this now. And we have flagstone on the outside already, or these pavers, what are they called? Pavers on the outside, so they're going to rejuvenate. We're missing a few, so they're going to fix them up. But we don't have this much lawn in it now, but we wanted the center to be where you could, you know, take kids and talk about all these medicinal plants here, and then all of these wildflowers. Some of these are medicinal too on the outside. So it'll look like that. And this will sit straight to the east of our building. So it'll look like that. It's kind of pretty. And then right now we have like some big boulders. They're sitting kind of around this. We're going to make a little kind of Stonehenge reading place for kids. So back here, there's going to be those boulders in a kind of a circle back here. So it'll look something like that. So this is proposed, the RFP, if the RFP gets approved by the board tomorrow at the meeting, then it'll go out to landscapers, and it should be done by the end of September, early October. We suspect it's going to cost like $35,000 to $50,000. I don't know if there's any other. And then we always do an investment back in our building every summer. So this year, we're doing 2 classrooms. We have the culture classroom and we have the special ed learning lab. So we just remodel the whole thing. They get new flooring. We pull out the old carpet. We're doing epoxy flooring these days because it seems like it's going to hold up. It costs a little more, but it's going to hold up for longer. And then new walls. The culture room's getting new window treatment, so it'll be pretty nice. That's all I have. Hinana.
Okay, council, you have a written report of her script there, and her annual report will need to be approved by you, and then the Safe Start plan is a FYI for you. So.
And as far as script goes, I'll just say what I wrote. When we came to council asking for a third of the script program, it was on behalf of our out-of-school program. 100% of the funds from script do go to our out-of-school program, which has a shortfall of, it was about $103,000 that the tribe used to put into that program to balance it out. And so in lieu of that, we asked for a third of the script, which, you know, we got about, what was it, 46,000 or something like that. But it helps, so whatever we don't get from there, we have to fund with our ISEP money. So we have to take from our regular program to fund our after-school and summer program. But we do. It's worth it.
Okay, any questions or comments from tribal council? If not, floor is open for a motion to approve the script report.
Motion to approve script and annual report.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council. In your packet, you have Circle of Nations. He is not in attendance today, but would you also approve his annual report?
Any questions or comments from tribal council? If not, floor is open for motion to approve. Motion from Old Agency. Second from Long Hollow. Question from Tribal Secretary.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council. Also note that both of our schools have requested for a council roundtable at some point. So I will touch base with Christine again on that because I have not heard about either one of the requests. Okay, so for my next action item is a computer bid. There's 5 computers there out of the tribal education budget for $5,030.50.
Any questions, comments, tribal council? If not, floor is open for a motion to approve. Okay, motion from Old Agency. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
So my last request for action item, the previous bid on the 100 computers, I'm still trying to get. The bid expired, and so I had to re-ask for a new bid. It came in, it's just slightly higher. The previous council motion last month was for $76,400. The new bid is $78,000 from CDWG.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
You had a question on the agency?
So did we just amend the amount from last motion then, or?
You can just approve this. Yeah.
Second.
Okay, got a motion from Tribal Secretary, second from all agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Is there any other things for me from council?
I don't think
Thank you, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Floor is open for a motion to approve it. Education Office Monthly Report. You got a motion from all agency? Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow. Thank you.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. Up next, we have DCA. You want to take a break? We're going to take a quick 5-minute break.
Taking a 30-second time off.
I know, I'm tired too. I can't be on here. Okay. get started with District Chairman's Association. I'll turn the floor over to you.
Is it on? Oh, thank you. Okay, we'll start with the reading of the district minutes, and we'll go with Bikuli first.
Good afternoon, executives and council. I will read the motions for Bikuli District for the meeting of July 6th, which was our June 26th meeting rescheduled. Motion number 3, that motion number 36 from the June 13th, 2023 Tribal Council minutes, rescind the motion and RFP it out. Motion number 4, that motion number 52 be reconsidered. Motion number 6, for approval of the youth membership as listed. Motion number 7, for adult membership as listed. Motion number 11, to leave elderly coupons as they are, as is. Motion number 19, that our council person take this back to council and request a plan of action be completed for these dilapidated buildings within 30 days. And that was in reference to the old library and a couple of other old buildings in the city of Sisseton. Motion number 23, for our council person to take back to the council to implement the solar energy project developed by Richard Tallbear Westerman with modifications as it is dated. Motion number 25, to reaffirm the motion to not allow Indian deer rifle season. Motion number 26, that council person be directed to take order to council to stop Indian deer license, non-Indian deer license, excuse me. Motion number 28, to reaffirm motion that the planning director attend the Reservation Planning Commission RPC meetings and that tribal council defer to the RPC and base their recommendations accordingly. That is it for Bikuli minutes. Thank you.
Motion to accept Bikuli minutes. Okay, got a motion from Buffalo Lake. Second from Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Question from Long Hollow.
Kenneth Johnson? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Okay, go on to Buffalo Lake.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council. We had a very short meeting this month on June 15th due to the passing of 2 of our tribal members. Motion number 1 was to approve adult membership for Kylie Damaris, Malika Hayden, and Simon Desjarlais. And then we also had our hearing that was set for June 28th for the removal hearing for Lorraine Russo from the Judicial Committee and from our Buffalo Lake District Elderly Board. We did have that hearing, and by the hearing, she was removed from each. I would request action taken on that, because according to Chapter 21, under the Judicial Code, Tribal Council has to remove her upon a hearing.
Tribal Secretary.
So you're requesting a motion as such?
That's according to Chapter 21, yep. That says here, that says that you guys have the authority to do that once she has her hearing. She set the date and time for that hearing, and she was not at that hearing. She chose not to attend the hearing.
I'll make that motion, Chairman.
I was going to say, I wanted to put a put a pin in that, so we can see all the documentation regarding the reasons for removal, et cetera.
I think, Your Honor, the fact that we gave her that opportunity to come and do that, I don't think you need to do that because we have our hearing and the papers and the minutes and the hearing that we set forth.
Yeah, but I mean, if we have to make a council if we have to make a council motion to remove her, I want to see the reasons behind it. Because it says, from what I understand, for cause. So I want to be able to see the reasons on that.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, got a motion from Buffalo Lake,
Second.
second from All Agency. Question from Enemy Swim.
Kenneth Johnson?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy.
No.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Tribal Council.
Make a motion to accept Buffalo Lake minutes.
Okay, motion from Buffalo Lake, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Kenneth Johnson?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Okay, we'll go on to whole agency.
Thank you, Council. Well, the agency had its regular district meeting on June 26, 2023. Motion number 12, recommend a four-year term for the Gaming Advisory Committee. Motion 13, to add in wording for due process for removal per district, removal policies to the Gaming Advisory Committee. Motion 14, to table the draft of the Gaming Advisory Committee until changes are made and to still have the district representative attend the meetings. Motion 18, to approve the MOU of the Wild Bay Wildlife Refuge. Number 19, give the agency District 1 Buffalo. Motion 20, recommend no deer season for non-natives. Motion 21, direct councilperson Brandon Adams to get additional funding for more game wardens. Motion 22, to have ARPA COVID home repair funds in the amount of $2 million to be allocated to the districts and to be prorated. Motion 23, select one board member from each district to serve on the radio station board as a 7-member board. Motion 24, to terminate the person named. Motion number 25, the tribe to advertise outside our local newspaper for legal services. Motion 26, no allocations be made by tribal council unless there is a funding source included. Motion 27, tribal council cannot spend outside their budget. Motion 28, have 4 elderly days per year. Motion 30, get a breakdown of how much the tribe is paying for office costs. Motion 36, approve Brian DeMars as OEP representative. Motion 38, affirm Etta Jo Marks to be member at large on the elderly board. Motion 40, to approve the adult membership as listed. Motion 41, to approve the youth membership as listed. Motion 42, to approve the relinquishment of the person listed. And that's it for old agency.
I'd like to make a few motions here if you guys could give me a few minutes. All agencies, motion number 12, I'd like to make that motion. If you guys could look on your paper, motion number 12. Verlin, do you have a copy of all agency minutes?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to, motion number 12. So that would be a motion, number 12 would be made by Jamie German. I'd like to reaffirm this motion from the district to recommend a 4-year term for the Gaming Advisory Committee.
Okay, any questions or comments, Tribal Council? DCA, do you guys have any preference on that?
Do we each have somebody?
From a 2-year to a 4-year for that gaming advisory?
We didn't discuss that.
I guess we haven't discussed this at our meeting yet. We'll do it Sunday.
Is that something we need to discuss as districts, or is that something you guys would want from a 2 to a 4-year term?
Yeah, this is the first time it's brought up, so since we're kind of in that process of turning that advisory committee over to district representation, I guess now's best time to see how you guys feel about it. I mean, I know wasn't discussed prior, but it's in front of us now, so. Angie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe at the last council meeting that we met with you, this was handed out, and it was to be taken back to the districts and to be for our input, and this is old agency's input. And I'm not sure if the other districts did the same, but I know we did it. I believe Haipa also took it back to their district for input.
Oh, yeah.
Haipa.
We didn't meet for June, so I don't think we got a motion for recommendation on any of that for APA anyway. But they did get a copy of the draft, so that I'm sure we're going to address it on Sunday when our next meeting is.
Lisa?
I think there was a couple districts that didn't have meetings this month because of tribal council, so now would be a good time. So if we come in August, you'll have an answer. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think we have a second yet for that motion anyway, so.
Withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you.
Gaming 2 to 4 years.
I'd like to reaffirm this district motion made by Sam Crawford, seconded by Brian, that there be no deer season for non-tribal members, non-natives. I'd like to make that motion.
Any questions or comments, Tribal Council? Vice Chairwoman?
Do you have a recommendation then? Because this is what covers our Fish and Wildlife's, one of their income programs, and that's what covers our biologist. So if we're pulling that funding, did Old Agency have a recommendation on what kind of funding besides gaming? Because we've been already increasing our gaming, so.
So there was a plan proposed through Fish and Wildlife. It was discussed in the meeting. We went ahead with taking their recommendations to do half of the non-natives this year. I don't know if you guys passed that this morning or not, or went with no non-natives for the deer season. The makeup for that was around $49,000. To justify the makeup for the $49,000 that would be lost from non-tribal members hunting on deer season, you would raise your tribal fishing license from $20 to $40, which would take it from $60,000 to $110,000 for the year's income of fishing license. Now, I proposed that. Now it's halfway through the season. We're still doing $20 for the fishing license, which is going to put us right around $60,000 at the end of the year. So if you were to double that to meet the state standards, when a non-tribal member or a tribal member chooses to fish in their own state, they have to pay $45 to get the non-tribal license. So if we just meet the state's non-tribal or the state's license fee of $45, we'll make up for $62,000, which will be way more than what we need for the non-tribal members to go away with our hunting. I proposed this. I don't know if they grasp that fact or not. It is an income-making source of income to do away with the natives and up our fishing license to $40. Now, I don't know what your Fish and Wildlife meeting was this morning or what you passed, but this is my recommendation. This is what the community wants as non-tribal members to not hunt deer season only. They don't care if they fish. They don't care if they shoot turkeys, trap. They just want non-members to not shoot deer anymore. Due to the deprivation of our wildlife this past year and just the hassles that it brings with non-tribal members running around reservations without knowing their plat books and where to go. This is why I make that motion. Fish and Wildlife is aware of it. They've had several months to bring it back to their districts, and now this is where it is at. Okay.
Lisa?
Going along with what Brandon said, you know, we've been discussing this since our retreat, which was the middle part of June, I think it was, or May. And the amount that we discussed, Brandon, that was gonna be lost was $155,000. That's what Charlene kept saying. We haven't taken, there's several districts that haven't taken this back to our districts, there's no district meetings. And, I mean, I haven't either. And I told them that at the meeting. I said, we won't do this till the end of July. And I think that's 2 or 3 other districts will do the same. So I'd just like to have the opportunity to be able to take this back, because the group of young men that came that night to talk about this, and several of them that are part of this group are from Buffalo Lake. And I wasn't gonna set them aside. I wanted to hear what they had to say. And now that we know what the issue is, I'd like to have the opportunity to take this back to the district.
There was also a motion made by Big Cooley in the previous minutes that affirmed the same thing. A request by Big Cooley to take action on requesting that non-natives not be allowed to hunt deer season. That was just presented in the minutes as well. So that's 2 districts. I don't honestly really care if you guys keep natives or non-natives. This is put in front of me. It is an action that the people want, so that's why I brought it forward. If it is not a motion that you want, I'll rescind it, and then you guys can deal with it.
I was just going to ask, that there's a board, they meet regularly, right? And they recommend to Charlene, and then they make their decisions, whatever. I mean, that would be like reflected like in board meeting minutes or something like that? Okay. Thank you.
Tribal Secretary? So didn't we just talk about that this morning, and she cut them in half already, right? 100 to 250, I think it was, on her. And that's what Tribal Council approved this morning on her report. So.
I'll rescind my motion. It seems to be that we care more about the money than the community's wishes. I will rescind my motion.
I would like to make a point that the biologist is what's important as well to our official, as of right now, but we did. And anyways, that's all. I just would like to make a comment.
Angie.
Mr. Chairman, point of order is there is 3 districts that came in with that same motion. It was Buffalo, Big Cooley, Lake Traverse, and Old Agency.
HIPAA. No? Enemy swim?
In response to DCA's point of, excuse me, sorry, I have allergies. I'm going to go ahead and say that council took action earlier today, and that will reflect the 3 districts coming in. That's where I'm coming from on this one, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so, thank you. I would say, that if this were to be changed and everything, that the board or, Charlene bring any motions regarding that forward.
I'd like to make a motion that I be removed from Fish and Wildlife Board. I'd like to make the motion to resign from Fish and Wildlife Board.
Angie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is why it's so important we have roundtables, so we can discuss these things one-on-one, and to all come to a consensus, so we won't be having this. And we're your advisory board. We're your advisors. So that's why I keep bringing up those roundtables. We need to sit down, we need to discuss these items, because we do have a list of things we're going to be taking back to our districts, and we'd like to share with them with you. We want to work with you, because we're all one tribe. We're all here for the same purpose, and that's for our people. And instead of going round and round and round on these things, like, we're not trying to blindside you. These things are coming from our people. So it'd be good if we can go ahead and sit down with you at least once a month and bring these things to you guys' attention, so you guys won't be blindsided when we come before you. Thank you.
I think the issue is these decisions are being brought to us, but they're not being consulted with the Fish and Wildlife Board. So, I mean, we're kind of circumventing the board process. So, I mean, what do we have boards for then, you know? So, I mean, I agree with you, we need to work together, but I think some of these things, if you guys are gonna, you know, act on those things, maybe you should invite the board to your DCA meeting and kind of work with them and give them a heads up. I mean, if they're okay, I mean, we're not opposed to it. I think we're just missing that consultation with the board and figuring out, you know, because if we're taking away revenue, obviously that's affecting something else that's paying for. So, you know, if there's a solution, as Brandon mentioned, sounds like there's a solution to make up the difference. I mean, but still, I think the board should be included, you know, and we were kind of circumventing the whole board process there if we were to act on that right now. So, Haipa.
Thank you. I was wondering, apparently there were concerns about Fish and Wildlife, but that was brought up and stuff, but the thing is, I've never been made aware of what those concerns are. I also represent the district membership and the tribal membership. Of course, I'm not a hunter or a fisher, so that would be why. But if these were really very serious, the HIPAA Fish and Wildlife representative hasn't made it an important point at our district, at least not yet. And again, we didn't meet for June, but we're meeting on Sunday, July 18th for our next meeting. And again, another thing that this is with the Fish and Wildlife Board, and yeah, getting everybody at the same table, and this could have easily been a nice discussion at a round table prior to a motion being presented, I guess, so we can know what the concerns are all the way around, including revenue and what the people want and protecting our lands with, you know, the water and wildlife and et cetera. Thank you.
Angie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect, this did come from the board. This came from our representative. No, from Fish and Wildlife Board, our representative came to our district meeting and they asked for this motion. Thank you.
Enemy swim.
So, Chairman O'Reilly, correct me if I'm wrong, but our board rep brought it up at our special district meeting, and the district took no action on it. Thank you.
Lisa, and then Myrna.
Brandon knows I've supported what's being said here. I've supported because this young, like I said just a few minutes ago, this young group of men that came, and my only thing was to take it back to the districts. Now, Dickie just showed me some papers. We made some changes here in cost and license and stuff for tribal members, non-tribal members, and non-Indians in that. And I don't see that in that packet right there that he's shown me. You know, so I can't support something that my district hasn't told me. And by no means, everybody on that board knows I'm not a hunter. But I know enough to take back what was given to us. And, you know, I'd like to ask Brandon, you know, to stay on because, you know, he's proactive in all this. And if you leave, who else is going to be like that? You know, so, I mean, just wait a few hot seconds here, Brandon, and don't give it up yet. And, you know, stick with us and see what the districts say because you got 4 districts that haven't made a decision on this yet, even though you have 3. You know, and yeah, the income, Charlene did express the income that was going to be lost. But this young group of men expressed the fact of how white hunters come on our reservation and just waste and just rule and just walk all over. And that's what I need to tell my district about this. So
I guess the other part too, you know, if we're taking that away and then I guess how are we going to fund more game wardens, I guess. Myrna.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to reiterate that we did follow the political process, and these boards and committees, they make reports at our monthly meetings. So the issues that are brought forward, they come from the boards and committees and from the people in the districts. And our Fish and Wildlife rep did bring this motion and explained the revenue loss and how it would be compensated by these other plans that they were making on that board, on that committee. So I just wanted to say that we do involve the boards and committees in our districts. Thank you.
Haipa.
Thank you. Lisa, you said about wasting and stuff. So that's just like a big shock to me. But anyways, aside from not allowing them to hunt on our lands, perhaps that's one of our laws that need to be addressed. So just, addressing it that way. So that's my thing about, finding other solutions, and we could still have them removed, but I think those laws still need to be put in place, even if our own tribal members might waste or not. But I'd like to make a motion that our boards and committees bring forth any motions that they need to council, because that's what we have boards and committees for. I'm making a motion for the board that wants action, that the board comes forth and makes a motion. Well, along with them at the same time then. In conjunction, so that way the board is there and their program manager, if it's over that program, to be there together.
I think that already happens, right? When they go back to the district and report, that's already in place. And I apologize, I didn't know there was, that they actually, that was direction from your specific districts to do that. So that's 3, does any, Long Hollow?
We can't do anything with that because we don't even have a Fish and Wildlife on board.
Your vice chairman is sitting in right now. She knows. She was at the last meeting, Rose, and she got all the info on it. Yeah. So she's been at 2 meetings, I think.
Buffalo Lake.
You got a motion on the floor over there, but because I'm pretty sure we made this motion to accept these proposed seasons, just rescind it, and then they can take it back to their districts that we made this morning. Then you'll fix the problem, then every district will have opportunity to bring it back. Yeah, then we just wait till next month.
Not till September, October.
And I'll make that motion
That's the biggest season.
to rescind the motion this morning.
Okay, do you want to rescind, well, I think Brandon rescinded his. Do you want to rescind that motion, Gypsy? Yeah,
Yeah, I guess I can rescind my motion.
and then Buffalo Lake's got a motion to rescind that earlier motion today.
Yeah, the 2023 proposed deer season and fees.
That gives, I guess, those remaining 4 districts an opportunity to comment on that, and then we can take action later this month. Is that okay, DCA? Okay, so I got a motion. Karen?
I guess this year is the time for the DCA report, so Brandon's request to resign off the board, that's a legislative duty. You guys can handle that at another time.
Do we have a second to Buffalo Lake's motion? Second from Vice Chairwoman. No question. Can you call for the vote?
Kenneth Johnson? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
No.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? No. Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary?
go on with Lake Traverse.
Minutes have been accepted for all agencies. I just wanted to make that point here, sorry.
Well, I started talking and everyone else kind of took over, so I just sat back. Motion to approve all agencies minutes as presented by DCA.
Okay, motion from all agencies, second from Buffalo Lake. Question from enemy swim.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passes.
Okay, now Lake Traverse.
Okay, good afternoon, execs and tribal council. Lake Traverse had their regular meeting on June 22nd. Motion 3 to have 7-member board member, Enemy Swim Day School. Motion 4 for 25% increase in district distribution. Motion 5 for 1,500 elderly increase to 2,000 per month of the year 2024. Motion 6 for DCA to receive 10-year plan from Planning Office. Motion 7 to establish Water Rights Office. Motion 8 to terminate contract with Kurt Schmidt, DNGE. Motion 9 not to allow SWO NGE to hire Kurt Schmidt again. Motion 10 for Indian Health Service to honor medical marijuana cards. Motion 11 for tribal detention officer to be stationed at the Roberts County Jail on behalf of tribal members. Motion 12 for public health nurse to visit tribal members in the Roberts County Jail 3 times a week. Motion 13 for council to accept district minutes as presented by DCA. Motion 15 to abolish at-large position SWO Elderly Board. Motion 16 to leave age requirements for elderly cards. Motion 17 to support medical marijuana, hemp, and on the Lake Traverse Reservation, and to support all 7 districts to open dispensaries first before the SWO as a whole. Motion 18 for SWO to give $250,000 to SWC to fix the SWC vocational ed building roof, with any funds left over to give back to SWO. Motion 19 to have Dakota Language Institute to apply for living language grant. Motion 24 not to support judicial committee office. Motion 25 to suspend all deer tags to non-tribal members and raise prices on turkey tags and fishing license for non-tribal members. Motion 26 to support tribal members who pass background checks but have a felon be allowed to be elected a district office. Motion 27 for System Wapton School Board adopt the attendance policy for its board members. Motion 28 to seat Ashley German on the REB. Motion 30 to accept Elias Hawk for adult membership. And that's all we have for Lake Traverse District. Thank you.
Motion to accept Lake Traverse minutes.
Okay, motion by Buffalo Lake, second from enemy swim. Question from all agency.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes.
Okay, we'll go with Long Hollow.
Afternoon, council and execs. Long Hollow District, we had an exec meeting on July 9th. Motion 1 is to approve new membership as listed. Motion 2 to approve youth to adult as listed. Motion 3 to approve youth membership as listed, and motion 4 to approve relinquishment as listed. And that's it for Long Hollow.
Okay, motion from Long Hollow, second from Allegiance. Question from Enemy Swim.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Joan White. Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Okay, we had 3 districts, 2 districts with no minutes for, we didn't have any meetings for Enemy Swim in Haipa and Long Hollow. And Dallas on the REB, are you still on judicial?
Me and Gypsy recently swapped, but at the time of that discussion, they were waiting on, apart from legal department has some recommendations. I think Myrna, you were working with them, with REB with some recommendations in previous term. They're looking to implement those along with the REB qualifications. So they're doing them one fell swoop instead of doing 2 at a time, if that makes sense. So that's the update on that one.
And then judicial had a meeting on July 6th, and we were talking about that for the updates, and nobody got those updates yet, and apparently that's with legal, and I've asked legal to forward that to us so we can see what those were and move forward, but I haven't gotten those from legal yet.
Yeah, she did come to my office and talk about that, so, legal was, well, half of legal was on vacation this week, so once she gets back, I'll circle up with her and. Okay, yeah, I'll check on that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if we can go in a executive session, just quick to discuss that, our last bullet point on our meetings, our meeting minutes.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim, second from Buffalo Lake. No question, call for the vote.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Brandon Adams. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passes. Reporters off.
14.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Chairman, the motion passed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, got a motion to approve DCA's monthly report from Buffalo Lake, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Kenneth Johnson. Brandon Gypsy Wana. Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Chairman, the motion passed.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Got a motion to adjourn from Enemy Swim, second from Buffalo Lake. We're adjourned for the day.
So